Before I say hallelujah, I'm gonna make sure he's here.
How's that?
I don't think he's here yet. I think it's just us. Wait, can we hear each other? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I've been able to hear.
Okay. So it's just Jerry. Shit, I tried sharing plays and I was like, where the hell's Jerry today?
Yeah, I think he curbed us.
Mikey was killing. I was trying to tell you guys get in calls quick because there's so much flow good in it.
Who do you use for flow? I have unusual whales, but I don't pay that much attention to it.
I actually use Tradie Ticks. He has so
Oh, you're
much in
back.
one,
I didn't hear
and he just started incorporating the strat stuff in there. So like every 30 minutes, it updates the scan, so I get to see
Really?
any strat plays. Yeah,
Can you hear me
What's the
now?
name of it?
it's Tradie Ticks. Shoot me a message on
Right,
Facebook. I'll tell him to get you a free trial. You don't have to pay for it. Try it out, see if you like it. I think you're gonna enjoy it.
Okay.
Nice.
And
I don't think you can hear us again.
wait, where are you on Discord?
Can you, somebody open their mic up and talk? I can't hear nobody still.
We are talking.
Can you hear us?
You can't hear us.
Oh,
Can you
yeah,
hear
I can
us
hear
now?
you.
Oh,
I can hear you now. Yeah.
okay. So now I can say hallelujah. I said it 5 times already.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Okay.
Etsy's up 25%. I'm gonna add the Etsy on this break here. Wow, that's a whole jumble mess. Where are we going at? Alrighty. We're back in action. Welcome back. Welcome back, everybody. Animation. I can tell you this right now.
Ingo Solar, guys.
Market choppy.
JKS.
AKS push. Nice. They make some pretty good moves, huh?
Crazy.
I figured it would. Run and tan. Chopping this out right now. You can want. Nice swing. Tan. Amazon's fixed to be long right here. And shop, as soon as shop cross, I'm going to add to it this time. Try to stay a little bit longer. Amazon's going to be long. You might want to wait till it breaks 34.38. I'm going to go ahead and take an entry in it now. It is long right this second. First target is going to be 34.38. This thing come all the way back to 56. Just like Etsy. Roku, APPN, Zoom. This can do the same exact thing. It's no different. The pattern's the same. Shopify's long again, or add to it. First target on shop is 1,500. I can mute everybody again. If I run a backhoe in the background.
Yeah, do you hear that? It sounds like someone's reversing.
Hey,
Maybe
put
everyone
it-
can mute themselves until they want to talk.
yeah.
That's what they're supposed to be doing, but I don't think people
Yeah.
remember. Even sometimes I screw up, don't get me wrong.
Amazon's still doing good here. Amazon's got a huge red candle to come up on that 15er. So you could literally scalp Amazon and shop all day and make a damn killing.
Hey, Jerry,
Yeah.
MSTR, look for the 692 break. This thing's on fire today. I think it'll hit 700.
Oh yeah, break 692, 693 to be long. Inside 60 right now. It's got a long ways to go back up. Man, this could be a nice swing right here. Clean. So yeah, right now, do nothing till it breaks 693. So it's good on the radar. Nvidia's coming up. We took Nvidia back up. It's a pretty good move. Same pattern every day, guys. The same pattern every day. The key is, taking profits along the way. You don't have to catch the whole move. The target's going to be pivot low on this thing here. You want to be selling as you get close to it. Now, if it breaks through pivot low and pulls back, Amazon hit target. As it pulls back here, you can get right back in it. All right, and take it to 802. Same thing, over and over and over, same pattern. Amazon target on it is going to be pivot on the 60 or the 30, sorry.
Docky broke pivot, but fell down again, 284.
Yeah, there's a lot of resistance up there where it's at now, so we'll come back just there. So Amazon target's going to be 34.43 and then 56. HG is still up toward the top here. Etsy's trying to pull back slightly. It could roll over. So Etsy at 20% profit here. I'm going to go ahead and put a stop on it. Just in case, it could roll up, but I don't really want to get much back on it. All right, Tesla's got a Momo hammer for me here. Up 22%. Etsy. It'd be nice if it went green back up. Roku's got a Momo hammer. It is currently red on it. Amazon breaks. I will be adding to it as well. Zoom's still coming up. Facebook's trying to curl up, tutu back up. So we need to keep an eye on that. We'll take them either way, it doesn't matter. I'm sure them in the morning, take them up after 10, back down after 1. Zoom's
Jerry.
kind of flattened out here. Yeah.
Morning, did you get in and you're holding?
What's that?
With your, did you grab a call this morning for Etsy and scalp it, or are you still holding on to it?
No, I scalped it. I scalped it a couple tunes. I got back in it on this 2-2 reversal. Yeah, there's no way in hell I'd hold through that dip. Yeah, this morning I'm scalping. Between 9:30 and 10 o'clock, all I'm doing is scalping. I'm taking between 10 to 40% on different tickers. I got out, and then on the 2-2 reversal on the 15, 2-2 up, we take it back up with confirmation. So we have a pullback for confirmation to the upside. You never want to hold through all that. Etsy up 28%. I'm going to move my trail stop up. Give me 1 second. Etsy should be adding to it here. Let me show you on Etsy. We take it long here. When it crossed $200, moved up to $3.56. I didn't catch all that move. I caught a great portion of it. All right, it pulls up. It starts reverse 2-2 here with a hammer. As soon as it pulls back, it's long, $199, $200, and then we're going to target 203.56. First target was 202.70. And if you look at it, the guys asked me, shouldn't it be the high? It should be. But look how it's reacting right here. There's major resistance. Every time it came up there, it went back 4 times. So right here on the body of these candles, it's 4 times. So if it breaks through there, that should become support. So it should do this. All right, it pushes up, it pulls back, it should come up, come back down and retest this, and then go back up. All right, it could come up, retest, pivot high, and then go up. See how it reacts here? That's why targets are where they're at, because it's a reaction zone. There's a reason. The video is still pushing up here. There's a reason they are where they are. HD breaks will be adding to it. We are looking for a reversal on Facebook. If not, if we get a pullback to the downside, it'll be short. It's just nickels out. APPN just broke high. It's long. Look at APPN. It looks just like Etsy right now, but it broke the wicks. So APPN looks just like this. Come up, it broke. There's a bunch of wicks stacked over here on the left side. It broke them. Right? So of course we want to see it break it. but it could bounce up and reject and then roll over. Then what happens is it just formed a lower high. Okay? If it rejects and comes back down, this is a lower high here. Okay? If it comes back down, target will be the base, and then if it low. All right. Any zone price can react, we want to mark it. So that's why this is target. If you want to, you could actually pull it up to it. As soon as it got close to this point here, you sell into it. Now, you could sell into it there, and then when it crosses back above pivot high and get you a pullback, then you re-enter to the upside. HD's long right here. Stops are where the stops are. They're not random by any means ever. If I give a price, it's for a reason. The only thing that looks good on this right now is to push up and pull back the retest on the 15. It's still strong. It could break through here. It could take a minute though. HD's breaking again. HD's a swing. You think they're gonna let this thing die? You'd be mistaken. I got that on a big screen. See it? Strong month. I mean, this thing, look at this thing over here. It ripped for days and days and days. All right. It pulls back. It's making lower highs and lower lows. It starts to reverse. See it? A 2. You can see that 2 right there. 2 down, 2 up. Is this a reversal? We don't know. What do we need? We need a pullback. So we start seeing it roll up right here. All right. There's a pullback. There's 2 pullbacks. There's 3 pullbacks. Breaks through pivot high, consolidates. We see it consolidating right here. And every time it came to that range right there, it wicked back. When you see a bunch of wicks, you better pay attention. Because it tells you there is something going on in this range right here where every time price pushed up to it, it rejected. It came up, it rejected. It came up, it rejected. It came up, rejected. Came up, rejected. All right. When it finally gets above this zone, it's going to rip. Why? Because there's a bunch of stops taken out. And it takes a lot of strength. How much strength it takes to push through that zone there? That's why you get this big old huge move when it finally breaks. It's not by coincidence. All right. That's why I was watching it. I had it on watch. Is it going to be a swing? Hell yeah, it's a swing. Why is it a swing? Because it's strong. It's super, super strong. Will it get to 345 overnight? Nope. Will it eventually get there? Yep. Why? Let's look at it. Let's look at the weekly. What's the pattern I was showing you on this morning? 2-2 up, cup. Wait for the base. With confirmation. I got time. I made my money for the day. Ooh. All right, same pattern, different time frame. The only thing that separates these patterns is time and money. That's it. Tesla made a lower high, trying to come back down through range. Stopped at a shop in Amazon, green. Not as much as I wanted, but it's still green. All right, pattern. Pull back down, reverses. How do we know it reverses? We never guessed at reversal. All right, because it could just be a pullback to the downside. This could just be a major pullback to the downside. So what we do is when we see it start to reverse or 2-2, we go to the lower time frame to 4 hour. We want to see some pullbacks. All right, confirmation that it is a reversal. Same thing for 60. You know, if we see a 2-2 on the 60, all we got to do is go to the 5 minute and look for the pullback to the upside. So if you're new to trading, you stick with 30, 60 minute charts, look for those 2-2s only, you're going to target the top of the next candle. Now, how do you know it's a 2-2? You're going to look at the 5 minute and make sure you got some pullbacks to the upside. So same pattern. All right, same pattern. It's just different times, different amount of money. This right here could be a $25 move. And you know, it might be a 250 move on the lower time frames, who knows? Unless you're playing big kickers, it could be a $50 move. That pushes up, pulls back, pushes down, that starts to reverse and get a pullback. And I'll show you. reverses, pushes up, pulls back here, pushes up here, pulls back there, coming right back up. We target the highs, the bodies, and the candles. Now look right here, there's resistance here. So just like your stops, you're gonna look for the most candles that stack together. All right, that's resistance there. That's gonna be your first target. It's your first target because it needs some strength to pull up through that range. That's why. When it hits there, it could chop. It could go. It could pull back and then shoot through. It could shoot straight through it. It could hit it in reverse. So we know it's a swing. If we see a reversal against us, we cut it. The market is choppy. The VIX is coming up. 2-2 back up. The VIX has got a long ways to go. We should bring SPY down with it.
Jerry, Bob here.
Hey Bob, how you doing, sir?
Yeah, I just have a general question about the resistance levels. What percentage do you think are short sellers? What percentage are people just selling shares? And what percentage would be like shelf, a company having a shelf and they're dumping? What do
Are you
think?
talking about a ticker in particular or just in general on a, are you talking about on a pullback?
Just in general, because for example, yesterday Tesla on the 1 hour, it blew up and took out 4 or 5 different levels of short. It looked like short sellers on Friday. It just blew them all out, about 7 levels. If you look at Tesla. And I just wondered if they were all short sellers or, you know, what was that?
You know, I don't know. It could be people taking profits, you know, it could be shorting. I don't really know, to be honest with you.
Like if
I don't
you
know.
look at Tesla on the 1 hour and you look at yesterday, it blew right up and it took out Friday's, all those levels,
yeah.
like 677, all the way up to like 692.
Yeah.
And then
It's
it's
blowing their stops out.
yeah.
Yeah, the reason it works so well is because they're taking their stops out. There's a bunch of orders stacked there. So for
But
short
is that typical? Is that a typical play that you would look for?
Oh yeah, yeah, it's a big machine gun. Yeah, absolutely. I don't like the fact that it didn't go up and make a new high. I don't like that it's chopping, but we can still trade it. We can still scalp it. Right now, it's ugly. This is so ugly right now. You can still trade it, but you would strictly scalp it. Right, because there's just no pattern to it. Could it later in the day could just rip straight up through there? We don't know. But
Jerry, Apple's really, really strong today.
yeah, so we don't know. We don't really know what goes on, and we don't really know what goes on. We just have to play it by ear every day, every minute, pretty much. Apple's pushing here. BA's trying to gap fill. HD is starting to flatline there. You see it wicked out 3 times on the last 3 candles. I would tighten my stops up if you're in it long. HD. Could you swing it? You could. I wouldn't give money back though. You're supposed to have strong count. I just wouldn't do it. Apple is long on that pullback to the upside. There's a push up, a retest here on the 60. Gone. This thing right here could come up to 145.09. First target's always going to be pivot high. Closest pivot high. 137. 47. I can tell you right now, things slowed down. It's 11 o'clock. We're getting some chop. That's all there is to it. Etsy's even rolling back over, so it made a lower low. So. So you see, if you're an Etsy, you might want to cut it. So it's short right this second. Etsy short. You see how middle or high it came right up to that point, the target, right? Our target. It rejected right at target. I'm back down now. Amazon's rolling back over, making a little low. We might take a short Amazon here. Etsy's short right this second. Remember, Etsy's strong, so the profit on the short side is not as much, so you'll be taking profits quicker. Right? Etsy short, Roku short right now. Scalp them. BA's about to fill that gap. Zoom's gonna be short. Look, we'll take them upside down, sideways. It don't make one. It don't matter to me. So I don't have to cuss so much. They have to filter them out. All right, you got to push down. It comes up. It pulls back on the 15. That's a shooter to the downside, right? Just made a lower high or a lower low. A lower high. I like to see a break at 34.22. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, question for you, but it was about HD. So I have 5 contracts for the 330, and it's looked like you can't get past 320.3. You think I should just cut a few and leave some runners?
Right now it's chopping. So if you look, you got to pull back to the upside on the 60. Right now it's chopping sideways. I tell you this, I would put a stop at 319.50.
Okay.
All right. If it breaks that, then it's going to go lower. Because here's what could happen. Yeah, I'd probably, I would put a stop there if they, yeah. What's happening is there's a 2-1. All right, it's pushing up. It's really strong on the higher time frames as well. What you can see is it push up, chop sideways, and then you see another push up later. So, you know, I'd hate to tell you to cut them, but you know, if you're green, I just place a stop up and let it and see if it starts to roll over. It's really strong. Even when the market pushed up, this thing held. A lot of natural buyers in there today. Like right now, you got Etsy rolling over, Roku rolling over, BA's puking, Docu puking, ZN rolling over. Everything's rolling over, but you see HD's holding. It's strong. It's strong. So
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome. I just tighten the stops up, not too close, give it some room. And really, a really good stop would be 319.04. That would give it enough room to do what it's got to do. I just don't want you to lose money. You're welcome, buddy.
Yeah.
Amazon looks good. It's so close to that base. It's, you know, I want to short it. Trust me. There's a lot of chop. There's a big messy crap hole down there. You see it right here on the 5-minute? It needs to clear it. Let me show you. We can still scalp this thing, but right now it's too dangerous to scalp, and I'll show you why. You got this wick here. You got a pivot high here. Wick. So, you know, if we take and try to short it here, well, let me say this. It's safer to wait till it breaks at least this candle or this candle. It's, of course, it's safer to break the pivot low. All right. We target this one and then on down. In this area here, we can't really do much with it. We can't do nothing with it. Because if we take it short, the first target's going to be right here. They're just too close together. We need a wide open fields. All right, see, this is wide open here. All right. When they start chopping, because really all this is right now is a chop. It's just a sideways movement. It's chopping this way. Just like that. So it needs to break outside this range to take it short. Now we could take it back through this right here, but we could expect it to reject off this and go back there. Now, when it breaks through there, we'll see a nice push up. So hopefully, you know, it comes back up and busts through this. and then comes back up to high. But it's just chopping. All I'm saying is chopping right here. We can still trade it, but we just need clean action on it. We can still trade it. And also, when you're looking at the stuff, even though it's just got it's a bigger mover, we want to look at the overall trend of the whole market and see what it's doing. You know, there are different technicals and different sectors. They all somewhat move together. Etsy's short here, if you don't know. Let's pull up Etsy right quick. All right. Where's first target at? Right here. Where'd it go? Right there. Here's it coming back down here. Shop, it's fixing to be short here. Etsy's still short. If it breaks low here, you're going to add to it right here. First target's going to be here, then here, then here, then here, then here. I target bodies and wicks, especially on the bigger candles. All right. And the more candles stacked together, the stronger the resistance. You can see every time it pulled up here, it wicked. See it? Patterns repeat. If it's wicked there before, it can wick again. So to get past that, it'd be really strong. Same thing here. When it came up, as soon as it wicked that second time, you should have cut your losses, or you should have cut your winner immediately. I did.
Yeah, I exited that one too late, but I learned from yesterday.
It's all right. So one of my rules is I never let anything go against me twice, ever. Now, ultimate target, pivot low on this thing. All right, if it breaks through here and pulls back, rejects, next pivot low. All right, so I don't let anything go against me twice. And I'm gonna timestamp this. Yeah, I'm trying to make snippets. All right, so I don't let anything against me twice. What that means is if price pushes up or down, either way, it comes up and the next candle comes up. So it wicks back on the first one. All right. And then it goes down, it comes right back up. See it coming up? But this time it made a lower high. And this is just a penny. You see it? That's just a penny lower. All right. It's the first sign there's a problem. There's weakness. All right. So as soon as it starts to come back down, I cut it immediately. Instantly. Because here's what could happen. It pushed up, it comes back down, now it starts to chop. All right. Now, when it breaks, so I'm out. The second week I'm out of it. So what happens is you can wait until it breaks back to the top side or it breaks to the bottom side. Now you can see this thing started chopping. See, there's your first indication of the chop is this lower wick. And it's lower and lower. It actually slopes down. And then it chops. And it didn't break out the top side because there's a weakness up here on this level. It breaks to the bottom. All right. So as soon as it broke and you got to pull back, you can take it short. All right. And really the target would have been, well, the body, the wick, the body, the wick. All right. But it came up and made a lower high. All it's doing right now is this. It's wedging. It's wedging. So it wedged here and came back down. So anyway, with 2-2'd up, right? Here's your pullback. We need to pull back for confirmation reversal. All right. Target's going to be here, wick, here, wick, and then pivot high. All right. Comes up. And we know at these levels, you better be watching it. You better zoom in and look, see what's going on. Because if it shows a weakness or something, you need to cut it. It came up, it rejected. All right. Rejected once, twice, 3 times. This second rejection here, if you look at it closely, it's a penny lower. All right, it's a penny lower. You should have cut it. As soon as it came up and it was a penny short and came back, you should have cut it instantly. You should have locked in all your profit because look, after this, does the same thing. Pulls back, comes up, pulls back, comes up. Makes a lower high.
Could you say again when you target the bodies instead of the wicks on large candles?
Yeah. So give me 1 second, I'll tell you. So it comes up, fails to make a higher high, it's 1 wick lower. Then it starts chopping sideways, right? Now, after the chop, it's either gonna break to the top side or it's gonna break to the bottom. And we see here, it broke to the bottom. So our target's gonna be the body, the wick, the body, the wick, because both are important. If you look over here, the bodies are very important, right? So if you just target the high, there's a problem. Now, when we're doing the 2-2 back through, of course, our ultimate target's gonna be the wick. It's gonna be the high. But we do that just because there's resistance on the bodies. Just like there's resistance and support here. There's resistance support here. So also it matters for your stops too, because your stop is not a number, it's not a percent. It's on the closest support resistance line there is. Right? So, you know, to be okay for a line to be a trend line, a real trend line needs to touch at least 3 times. So if you're going long or something or short on something, you want to look for the closest support resistance. So if you took this thing short here, your closest support resistance is right here on these candles. And the reason being is right here and here and right here, there's 3 touches. All right, so 1, 2, 3. The more times you can make this thing line up, the stronger it is, because this was support, it broke through, now it's resistance, it's strong. All right, so if you can make this line touch up 10 times, this thing is a beast. It takes a lot of strength to get through it. HD's rolling over too, so you probably cut it if you were in it still. But that's pretty much it. So I made a video on stops too. It's gonna be in the YouTube channel. But that's it. That's it for the 2-time rule.
Jerry, a question about cutting your option. Sometimes I've noticed that if I cut the option when I'm up, I take a bit of a hit. I'm not sure why that is. Is it because I'm cutting it as the stock is going down a bit, or?
Yeah. When you, it's why you always want to try to sell like on that I just showed you. You want to be selling into it. So let me. The video is short right here, guys. By the way, the video is short. We're going to target 786. What was that ticker? I was looking at. Oh, Etsy. Yeah, so here I'll show you as an example. You always want to sell into it. So, you know, we take it long here. We don't need this whole move, right? Even though its ultimate target's going to be pivot high. We know there's a lot of resistance there, right? So I'd sell into this. So as price comes up to it, between 50 cents and $1 away, depending on the price of the ticker. On a smaller, like Peloton, you can literally sell 20 cents ahead of the target. And again, the target's going to be where the most resistance is. You're going to join the ask as soon as you get close. All right. What happens is you'll catch a gamma spike and you'll catch the top of the ask. Now, if it comes up to your target and all of a sudden it starts pulling back and you sell to catch as much profit as you can, you've just given up the spread. So what that means is when you're selling at a strength, you're going to catch the top of the ask. And some of these tickers could have a 20-cent spread, could be $1 spread. And so you're catching the top of the spread when you sell in the strength. Now, when price starts to pull back, now everybody's buying bid. And if that spread is 30 cents, now you just gave up 30 bucks instantly trying to lock in profits. So that's why you'll be down instantly. So when you sell in the strength, you're catching the top of the ask. Now the spike is usually going to be an extra, you know, between 20 and 30 bucks, and sometimes over 100. So so if you're 50 cents away from your target, you're going to make up for that because you're catching the spread and the spike. So you always want to try to be selling into the strength. You know, even if that means not catching the whole move. You know, we always want to get as much as we can out of something that's greedy. I used to do the same thing. I can say it because I used to do it. I'd rather catch part of the move and lock in profits Then I try to catch the whole thing and it pulled back 75 cents away or 50 cents away. And now you're trying to chase the bottom, trying to get out. So that's why you're seeing that. That's why you're seeing that you're losing.
Yeah,
'Cause you
okay.
give up the spread. Yeah, so set a target close and then sell as price pushes up. That's the best way to do it. I'm telling you this. And join the ask. If you want to catch an extra spike, join the ask. It might take you 15 seconds to get filled. It could be instant. It could take 50 cents. It could take 30 seconds. It could take 45 seconds. But as long as price is pushing up and you're selling into it, you'll catch some extra money there. Pretty cool if you've never done it. It's worth trying. But the key is you got to sell before it gets to target. You have to sell before it gets to target. Yep, that's the key. Market looking choppy. Nike pulled back here. It's starting to chop sideways a little bit. Could be starting to roll. So I'm looking at it, seeing what we can't make out of it. So just like Nike, looks kind of like HD. You know, HD's rolling over. This thing pushed up and it's chopping sideways right now. I'll show you. And it's cupping. So you could actually take it long right now, target 156.40. It's only a 30-cent move though. You know, you gotta think how much am I willing to risk to get a 50-cent move? It's not worth it. So sometimes I'll see the best setup in the world, and if it's just a 50-cent move or $1, $2 move, I won't even mess with it. Right now it's chopping. This is inside. All this is a 2. It's up in the top 25% of this candle. All right, so we want to see it break at the top. We want to see it break out this way. Now, right now, it's chopping. So that means it could go either way. All right, to take it, it's either got to break the top or you want to break the lowest candle in the group. Right, because support and resistance levels. All right, there's a major support or resistance level there. Why? Because it touched it and went back. There's something stopping it from going higher. So when it breaks, it takes these stocks at a push. People will be paying attention. Same thing here. Candles came down, touched it again, rejected. Now it's chopping sideways. They're in a battle. They're in a battle on which way to take it. Pecan trying to come back up. While it's chopping sideways, Facebook's 2-2 down. Getting close to target. Next target. APPN ripping. Still wants to come up to 149.02. It's just ugly going up. APPN. See, APPN broke again. It wants to see that 149.02. And that's what we want all of them to do when they start the 2-2 up. We actually want to see them do that. Now, if you look at APPN, it's on my screen. Here's why. It's a 2-2 PMG to 260. I mean, it don't get no cleaner than that. This is a beautiful ticker. Clean price action. All right, so it could see 149.02 and new highs. Murner breaks 238.40. It'll keep going. Facebook's chopping here. They're trying to push lower. Amazon 104. Let's take out UPS. Oh yeah, UPS is long right this second. They just broke this consolidation on the upside. Yeah. They'll push up, pulling back on the month, coming back through. Yeah, this is nice, man. Yeah, it's really strong. Every time it pushed up, it consolidates. There's a hammer to the upside. Here's the start of the reversal. 2-2, we get confirmation from here. See it breaking a consolidation here on the daily and the 4-hour. Right. So first target's going to be 209.30. 213. Ultimate to 1956. UPS is long right this second. It is long right now. UPS is long right this second. I want to say this, the market is choppy. Reduce your size when entering, reduce your size if you're adding, take profits quickly. I mean, we probably ain't gonna get no huge moves today. All right. We're just not gonna do it. I can tell you that right now. It might straighten up after lunch, but right now, you better be probably happy getting 10%, 10%.
Jerry, quick question about level 2. If you look at Amazon here as an example, sometimes I see this would be just an example, but at, let's say 34.60, there might be like a huge seller just sitting there with a limit order. Why would that person be doing that at that point when the stock isn't even near there? And how does that relate to the strat?
So you said there is a seller there?
No, there isn't one. I can't
Oh.
see one, but sometimes I do see these guys and they're sitting there like $10 above.
Oh yeah, here's why. Here's why. They're looking for retail traders, man, and that's what I say. That's how you catch these big spikes. So what happens is APP is ripping it. When you put your order in, say price is pushing up on Amazon, okay, and then the new traders say, "Oh man, it's ripping. I want to go." You know what I'm saying? Because if it breaks this candle, there's a lot of people watching at 34.50, 55, 56. So retail or any new trader sees that, they're gonna try to get in everything they can. So what they do is when FOMO comes in, they're gonna mark it in instantly. And a lot of times these people selling these contracts will throw in ridiculous prices. And every once in a while they'll get hit. You see what I'm saying? So he's throwing it up there. That way, if something was a spike and somebody's the market, it could hit his order and fill it instantly. So he could catch, he can catch $400 or $500 just from a flash.
Okay.
And it could be just, it depends. It depends how many quarters are sitting there. But that's usually why they do it. Or they might say, you know what, I'm going to set my limit order. If price gets up to 34.60, then I want to enter long.
Yeah.
It could be something like that. I mean, I don't know.
But what about when you mark it into orders? Aren't you afraid that you're going to get caught like that as far as the spread and grab one of those really high asking prices?
Not really.
No.
Not really, because here's why. When I enter, my timing's really good. And also, when I enter, I take a break and they're hitting a bunch of stops. So what happens, it causes the orders to tighten, the spread tightens up dramatically. And when I take it, also volume increases. And there's so many contracts for sale at that moment that don't, it just never affects me. Could it affect me? It could eventually, but it hasn't so far. Yeah, it hasn't so far. Yeah. But sometimes I mark it in. When these things move, and they can move $10 at open in just a few seconds, you can't. There's no way you can ask in. There's no way you can limit in because a lot of times I'll hit it. Even with a market sale, it won't fail. It's just moving so fast, it won't fail. So, but when I do hit it, it does. It's usually green instantly, even if it's a 0.5%. APP is still pushing it.
SWKS is too.
That's what it is. Nice. Yeah, it don't affect me. I don't pay no mind to it really. They could catch me one day. I don't know. SWKS is breaking here long. Breaks back above 189.7, it'd be long. With a 212 continuation measure move on that, could see 204. So weekly target 194, 97, then 204. Pushing 2 month. Wow, looks good. All right, Nike's fixing to go. NKE's fixing to go again. Nike breaks 156.40. Could be long. Amazon's fixing to be long for a scalp. This is trying to touch you back up, made a higher low. Amazon's long here. We're going to target 34.39. I'm not going to be in it that long. I'm going to scalp it. I'm going to scalp it. So I'm going to do. Peaton's broke that high, trying to come back up. If you look at Facebook, it is starting to roll. APPN inside up. That's almost to the high. But they're trying to come back up. Shots calling. It's wedging. Everything's wedging. You know, I've been seeing this a lot the last 3 weeks. Let's look at Etsy. I'll show you that now. If you look on the 30 here, you'll see it's a lot better. It wedges until it don't. And then it breaks. You can't really tell which way it's going to break either. It just wedges until it pops out. Now, it's been strong. So, of course, if it breaks, you know, you want to see it take these out. Novak's still holding that base there. Novak just come back up today. Right now, it's chopping sideways. Can't do nothing with it.
Hey, Jerry, Visa and MasterCard, if you can take a look.
Yep. Yeah, so right now they're chopping sideways there, or they're in an uptrend on the month. Trying to break that high inside hammer on a week, inside day. It's inside is right smack in the middle on the daily. It needs a clear move. 212 4-hour. You're trying to come back up to the 238 range. So you see it. The target's going to be this top of this red candle right here. Right now, it needs to break out of this consolidation. There's a lot of resistance right here on this level. So if you can get a break of this range right here, it's gonna be long. So I would give it, let's see here, 35.60. If this thing breaks 235.70, it can be long. But it needs to break this consolidation here. And all that consolidation is an inside candle. So all this stuff right here on the 5-minute is inside. And you can see it on the 60. You can also see it on the daily. Let's look at MA. MA.
Jerry, your 4-hour is different on the pivot. I think you're using the stuff, the time on the left side, which distorts it. Yep. See how price is on the left side? So it's just distorting your pivot.
How do I get that out of there?
I think you hit something last time off the, where you go back to settings. Because that's the first time you've had it on that. So I'll go over where the wheel's at. And I think you took off the left something. You did that last time. where that gear is, yeah. Because it's distorting, because on V, you're sitting right up against the pivot on a 4 hour.
I saw that.
You clicked something last time. I don't, I'll try on the price axis, Yeah, take that off. Yep.
Oh, yeah, thank you so much. I didn't even realize that.
Yeah, because you did that before on your, I believe your 60-minute, Tim and I saw one time. But now go back to V and you'll see different. You're sitting right on that 4 hour major pivot.
Yeah, that's not good. It needs to break through that. It could bounce and keep going lower. Oh, yeah, sure is. Yeah. So if it breaks through there, it can see 238.48. If it don't, it'll reject and go lower and come back down to pivot low. Yeah, makes a big difference, man. The pivots have got to be right.
Yeah,
They have to
Tim
be
caught
right.
that time, if you remember.
I appreciate that so much. I didn't even realize it.
Yeah, you got to keep up, because then they're all consistent based off, I don't know what that time, that price axis does, but it messes it up.
Yeah, not good. Baidu's fixing to break here. It's actually breaking, but it's too wicked to get up in there. Yeah, so MA is starting to curl over here. Let's look at the higher time frames on it. It looks just like Visa. If you see right here on the monthly, it's in a really tight range right here. You can still trade it. Not ideal. It's not ideal. Yeah. So look, it breaks consolidation right here on the 5 minute, 371.55. Your target's only 373.66. It needs to break through this pivot low. It really has some power behind it. Let's look at Baidu right quick. Etsy 212.15 are down. All right, Baidu's breaking. It's chopping up. Look at the 60. That really tight range here. It's extremely tight. I wouldn't touch Baidu until it broke. It'd have to break 205, 206. I wouldn't touch it before then. Not now, anyway.
Jerry, what are your thoughts on PDD?
Duo. Oh, it's coming out. It's pretty clean right now. It's, we want to do Doji now. Pretty good. Looks like it wants to see 130. It's in a tight range here. It's coming up. It could reject. You see on the 4 hour and the daily, it's rejected 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times at 130.60 level. So your target's going to be the pivot high, 130.60. If it breaks that, man, it can move quite a bit, but it could touch it and wick through just a little bit and then pull right back down in the range. So be real careful with it. Be nice to see it break though. Big clean break, a big push. Yeah. HD's rolling over. HD, I want to say this. HD done this the last time. It moved real good. We played it in the morning time. And then the rest of the day it rolled over. So I don't like that about it. It needs to be consistent. And that's probably what you're gonna have to deal with if you do swing it. That's big moves. We did that the other day and it rolled all back up. BA212 down.
Could you tell us what that bar sell percent red thing is?
Right here, current bar sale.
Yeah.
Okay, that's just part of this volume study. It tells you what the current bar, what the percentage of sale versus buy is.
Oh.
So in this time frame now, 96% of the people are selling, or
Wow.
shares are being sold. Now 100% of them are selling. HD's coming down, and HD can come back down to 316. So it's
Is that
short right
a
this
study
second.
pinned?
Yeah, the study is in the Discord scan room up near the top.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. If you want, I'll share it right here in the chat.
Sure. Awesome.
HD short.
It's got two pieces to that equation he has. The left side of it is the daily it compares it to, the last 30 bars to the current day. The other one, it's the last 30 bars on that time frame,
Oh yeah.
current bar.
Oh,
So one's short term versus long term.
thank you.
Yeah, it's a really good study. Probably the best one that I've seen. It was Shelley. Sharon's Karen.
Man, appreciate it.
Very welcome. All right. Anybody that wants to scan, it's going to be in the chat.
Is that the same one you've been using for a while, Jerry? I've been
Yeah.
out off of the Zoom meeting for a while. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Same one. Vike. Yeah, I'll look at Vike for you. And Amazon trying to make mobile hammer out. It's just chop. It's just so choppy right now, guys. Might be an early day. We might have some reversals up too. Right now, it's looking like garbage. Vike looks good for a short. 312 making a Momo hammer on, or Momo shooter on the 5 minute. This thing died, didn't it? It looks like it's curling back up, but just yesterday had a big shooter. The downside, now it's a 212 down. This thing can go all the way back down to $43 if it wants to. So whoever's in it, they're shorting it. A lot of times they'll have what's called a dead cat bounce, dead cat bounce on this. So something pukes and you'll see it start picking up, and then they'll buy into it and then short it back down again. That's kind of what's happening here. It's short. You want to wait till it breaks 44.80. And first order is going to be 44.33, 43.92. Gap fill, give it a run. Just like if you look at VIX right now, it's a shooter rolling over, check gap fill. Let's look at SPY here.
But I think the real problem is, Jerry, is check out the weekly candle on the SPY. It's nothing. So that's what we're chopping. There's nothing there. There's no meat there. But look at that weekly candle.
SPY is just consolidating right now.
But there's no body to it. So there's no use trading.
Baidu's breaking daily here. So Baidu's actually at a point where I'll buy it now. If it breaks above. BA short 212 down 15. Etsy's throwing a short signal for downside. Baidu's strong, actually. So Baidu hit this last pivot here, the upside. It could come up and see 209 if it wants to. It's 230 back up. First target would be 206.60. It's a little bit extended on the 5 minute, so it'd be nice if we had a pullback. We want to clean break through this area. Let's break it through now. Volume's increasing, which is a good sign. So they're buying it up. Somebody's buying it. Right. Yeah, so daily target's still 917. So it's long right now. They're buying up, volume's increasing, they're rolling into it, natural buyers. Let's see how far that'll go. A little bit of resistance at 207.25. So keep an eye on those levels. Going. I made so much money off by this, I ain't funny. I gotta learn on cost. Let's go take a look at that. Wait, yeah. There's some money. YouTube back up. It's a beautiful chart on this thing. Pulling back here, cost crosses back above 398. It's long. All we need some kind of pullback to get in it. And just pull back on it 1 minute. Volume's increasing. Value pushing. No, it's not right now. Choppy day. Yeah, I might have to cut it early. We end up getting more money back than we made. If you're not careful. I'm not comfortable calling stuff that right in this kind of market. We could see 210 or 209.17 at it by day.
Sorry, I keep asking all these questions today, but I had a target for Fruit 2 at 179 this morning, and it kicked my butt. I guess I just should have cut it. I just didn't know when to cut it.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, I thought my trigger was right at 179, 17, you know, a little over one. Yes, I see 178.65. I got in, and I just got knifed.
Now, did you put in what did you do? Did you put a limit sale in, or what'd you do?
See, that's the thing. I'm on mobile. I haven't. I guess it's best to trade on a desktop. Is that?
No, you can trade on mobile just fine. Baidu's ripping here, guys. So, what you want to do is look at the contract price you bought it for. So, if you bought it for 250, and just say, I think it can move $1.02. Then what you do is you'll put in, I bought it for 250. I'm comfortable, you know, collecting $75 or $100 off of it, and then make your limit sale at 350.
And it works for options too.
Absolutely, yeah, 100%. Yeah. And then, or what you can do is put a limit stop in. So say, hey, I'm comfortable with $100 profit, and then you can put a stop below that. And as it goes, you're going to cancel replace order and keep moving your stop up. And if the price keeps pushing, you can replace your limit too. Or you can do a trail stop. You can do a bunch of different things with it.
Huh. Even in mobile. Okay, thank you.
100%. Yeah, I used to trade on nothing but mobile. And then I started using Active Trader so much better. All right, next target on Baidu, 209.25. It broke through resistance here. Just be careful. It could work back here. You absolutely can trade through mobile. Yeah, I used to do it all the time, buddy. Yeah, just take what you're comfortable making and add it to your contract price and then set a limit on it. the key is not to be greedy with it. Just take what you're comfortable. Make it through the day.
Jerry, just a quick question on Baidu here. If you look to the left, you'll see the target is around 209, correct?
Yeah, 209.17.
Yeah. So if there was a large seller there, what percentage of those kinds of sellers do you think would be short sellers or individuals or entities that actually own the shares?
I think if there's a bunch of sellers there, we wouldn't know it because they're not going to show their hand. They're going to step in at the last minute. And another thing they do is if you see them there, they can pull that order out instantly. You see what I'm saying? So as soon as you get up there, they could disappear it. And it could just be using it to set a level to scare you out. And there's a lot of manipulation. I don't give too much weight to sellers and buyers sitting at target at limits. So I don't know. When it gets to that price, I just know it could be a reaction there. And it could do one of three things. It'll either shove straight through there, it could touch it, pull back, and then rip through it, or it can reverse completely. And
But do you think most of the guys that are sitting there selling limits, are they short sellers, do you think, or are they people that own shares?
It could be, I don't know. The people that's trying to buy stuff there?
No, they're selling.
It could be either. Probably, I say 50-50, because the people that's sitting there, they're hoping it breaks through so they can take it long. Or the sellers are hoping it's going to bounce double top and then go back through range. I say 50-50. I guess it just depends. Let's see. I mean, I would look at the higher time frames to see, it's in a reversal pattern. So I'd say most are probably buyers right now.
Yeah. Okay.
It really depends, at that point, who's in control. Like, if there's more sellers on that level, to go down. If there's more buyers, they'll shoot straight through. And you can kind of see what happens when it comes up there. If it hits this target and shoots straight through, there's more buyers there. And then if it bounces and comes through, then it depends. They're in a battle then, and we got to see who's got more buying power.
But let's just say for now that 100% of them are all sellers. It's just like a big resistance bar. What percentage of those guys would be short sellers, and what percentage would be people that own shares that are selling those shares? What do you think?
Oh shit! I think the hedge fund. I don't think retail's got enough money to move a stock, frankly.
So those would be probably hedge funds that own shares.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I don't think even people saying they pump and dumps. Maybe they can move a penny stock, but they ain't moving this. They're not moving any stock like this. They ain't got enough money to move this thing. I mean, what's 5 million times 207?
So most of them would be shares. If you're selling a huge amount of shares up there, you own the shares. You're not short selling.
Oh yeah, you own them. Yeah, I think you know.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you have to own them. Of course, it could be people, selling calls too, or selling puts. I don't know. Maybe that's a good question for Corey. I don't know. I'm just grasping at straws. I don't really know. Corey, is somebody else got an answer with more experience than me? I don't know, to be honest with you. I'm just guessing. What do you think, Corey? Corey's got a lot more experience than I got. Or somebody else. There's a lot of stuff I don't know, just to be honest with you. I don't know. I know target's 209.17. When this thing gets to, I'm actually going to start joining the ash right now on this. I don't care if it hits target. I want to sell into this strength right here. Never be greedy. I don't care. So I'm all out of Baidu. I don't care if it hits target. That's how I catch the top of that. Now look, if it breaks through pivot high here, and I get a pullback, I'll re-enter it. Because look, it can come up, double top, and then come right back down. That's a $2.50 move, and then caught an extra $30. I'm not greedy. I just want a piece of pie. If they don't have enough strength to push through there, it'll pull back. And as soon as it starts pulling back, you give up the spread instantly. Let's look at it. It came up twice. Every time it came up, it went back. Second time, it reversed completely and started chopping. Reverse, came back up. It broke it. We took it along here. All right, target's gonna be here. But right here is resistance, right on that line, right there.
Jerry, I'm in active trader right now. If I hit join the ask to get out of Baidu, is it gonna sell me at one of the asks on the level 2, that blue box?
Yeah, you need to hit it right now. Yeah, join the ask. It'll set you, it'll take a few seconds to fill, but as long as you're selling the strength. Now watch it, because you'll catch a spike. Watch the price of it and then watch it as it sells, and then look at the total.
Okay.
You'll see a spike. You'll catch an extra 20. You're basically catching that extra move right there if you're selling the strength.
That's awesome.
Yeah, watch it. It's really cool. The key is selling in the strength. If you don't sell, then you're immediately chasing. You just instantly give up the spread. When it sells, tell me how much the spike was. Sometimes it'll be $100 a contract extra. Now, if you don't catch it, you have to cancel and drag it down. Okay? So if it don't sell, you have to drag it down. So you're going to grab it and you're going to pull it down at the ask. So you'll see on Active Trader the bid to ask, and then there's a price currently selling at.
Mm-hmm.
And you have to drag it down to that price to try to get the middle.
Yeah, that's what I just had to do. I had limits set, or stops or whatever, and it said you can't fill this because it'll, like, you've got open orders.
Next time, cancel it.
And I tried to, and then it started going against me, and I was like, oh crap.
Yeah. Now look, it can come back up and shoot straight through that pivot. I don't care. It'd be nice, if it breaks the pivot and we get a pullback to the upside, we'll take it. But the key is, man, you got to be happy with getting close to your goal in the stock market. So we know there's resistance here. And as you start, the more you pay attention to it, you'll get a feel of where they're going to start pulling back at. It's like you get a feel of where Amazon's shooting up here. You get a feel when stuff's going to pull back pretty hard. I can pretty much tell when a big pullback's fixing to happen. Just from feeling experience.
Yeah, I'm learning that too.
Amazon's long again. Target 3440. I'm just scalping Amazon for about $100, $150. It can happen very quickly. Like I go in, I merely set a limit. Could be 75 cents, could be $1, could be $1.50. I'm looking at volume as I do that, just kind of judge the strength in this thing. It's been chopping, it just broke out of chop. It could spike up here and go back in a chop.
So choppy right now.
Yeah, so I'm at Amazon right now. I mean, just a quick $100 a time. That's it. $100. There's a lot of volume picking up. It's breaking through a nice pivot of support. I might take 200. A bunch of small wins add up very quickly. Very, very quickly.
Jerry, Bob here again.
Hey,
Just
Bob.
looking at Amazon here at the target on the daily, which is about 35.20, 35.
Where were you looking at? Sorry.
Just the target on Amazon,
Uh-huh.
which is about 35. What is
40?
it? Yeah, 35.14 maybe, just on the daily there. At
30.
the very top on the left. And when we look at that target, we can see that it came all the way down, you know, from 35.54 all the way down to 35 to 30. What is that? 32?
31.
Yeah,
31.24.
22. And then it popped back up.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing, like my reasoning about these resistance levels at the top and thinking that if they sell out, one of my reasons is if there's a lot of short sellers in there, then it's easier at the bottom for the bulls to push it back up and just force them all to cover. What do you think of that?
I love it. I love it because, you know, if we see it 2-2, as long as we get confirmation, so we need at least one pullback to the upside, maybe two, you know, it's better. My mindset. I love it because, first of all, I'd much rather come back through range. Of course, I'll take them at all-time highs too. It don't bother me. But when you come back through range, not only are you going back into full-time trend continuity, you've got clear targets and you have stops to take out. And, you know, the closer these stops are, the faster price can push up. So, you know, if you've got a bunch of tight, and look, like right here, there's a bunch of stops. They're really small. They're packed and they're really tight. And I would like that. I like the big red candles too, but these right here, I mean, they can be just as strong. I like it. There's clear targets and there's a lot of stops to take out. So definitely like going through range better than all-time highs, even though all-time highs is great as well.
So I see the high at 35.54, right? So likely, I mean, there's probably a mix then of people that own shares, like whoever they are, selling, and then mixed in are a bunch of short sellers, right? So when it gets to the bottom at 31, it just seems normal that the bulls would push that because they're just assuming there's possibly a lot of short sellers, you know, that they can make, you know, forced to cover, right?
Yeah. Well, the whole market is nothing but 2-1-2s.
Yeah.
There's accumulation, there's a rest, and there's distribution. It's just buying and selling. I mean, the market makers, when retail's buying, they're selling. And when retail's selling, they're buying. It's all it is. It's just, you know, you get a big push up, pulls down, it rests, now it's pushing back up, and they'll consolidate again, then it'll go back down. It's just the same thing over and over and over. It's just a battle. It's just a game. To them, it's just a game. It's like Bitcoin right now. Big run. Everybody talks about it at the top. When they start talking about it, your friends start talking about it, you can bet your butt that these big guys are selling it. They want to drop it down on bad news, and they're going to shut down the miners. They're going to do this right here. Price goes down. Guess what? They're going to buy it back up. They're going to accumulate it. And that's why you see sideways. And then they'll start picking up. So as you're selling out, because you're scared, they're buying it up in bulk. And they'll check it back up. And that's just the way the market is. It's just accumulation, rest, distribution, and it's just a circle. Just a circle. But you're right, they'll buy it up. You know, they'll short it down, they'll buy it, you know, they short it down, they're chopped sideways, they'll buy it back up. And they'll either, you know, take it higher or they'll get close and they'll take it back down and they'll start chopping and they'll push it up and then they'll rest. It's just the same thing happens on a lower time frame. It just happens quicker.
So when these guys, let's say at the top at 3554, when they sell and then it down, let's say down at 3 3-1, whatever it is there. How do they, what is their goal and how do they make their money? Like, what's the most profitable thing for them?
For who?
For the-
Retailer.
For the bigger guys?
Man, that this thing goes to zero. That's why they're so mad right now about GameStop, AMC, Cost, Nokia. They wanted to run them companies into the ground. You know,
Right.
they wanted to run them to zero. And then since they were so over leveraged, you know, retail stepped in and I'm sure other people too. And they done a short squeeze on them and they made them cover. I mean, they're pissed. You know, and they screw over little guys all the time. And when the little guys group together, man, it caused them to scramble. So I guess short selling, you know, the big companies like short selling. They like to, you know, drain a company to death. So if I had to guess which way they like to go, I'd say they like to tank them.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, as long as it doesn't come back on you, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Back up.
Because then they're in trouble.
Mhm.
Yeah, let's look at GameStop. So you see on GameStop over here, it was just flatlined for a long time. They were trying to take it to zero. And this is when retail came in, they had to cover, you know it. It was just a mess. All right, Baidu's fixing to go 2 inside up, measure move here. As soon as it breaks the high, it'll be long again. Just to pull back the upside. I'm gonna try to run through, hit the high this time. HD short, we're gonna target the base, the open. HD is short. Russell, good job, man. How much of a spike did you catch on that join the ask? I'll tell you, once you guys can start joining the ask, you selling the string, dude, it's incredible. The extra money that you get, just free money sitting there. It more than makes up for leaving 50 cents on the table, trust me.
The only thing about GameStop that I didn't like was I didn't really feel like there were any fundamentals there. Like, you know, the company hasn't made any money.
Yeah, there was none. It was garbage. It was just, there was no technical to it. There was nothing there except for price action. That was it. All right, Baidu breaks here. The target's only 209.14. The safer entry is when it breaks pivot high, to be honest with you. But you do got to measure the moving on the 30. And it is 205, 208. It's the $3 measure move, so we should say 211 on Baidu. It don't mean you have to see it. Just what's possible with time, of course. Corey, are you on here?
Yeah, I'm on.
Have you been hearing what Bob's been asking?
No, I was sort of tied up on my job. What was the issue?
Bob, you asked Corey. He's probably better equipped to answer that.
Oh, okay, yeah. So Corey, we're looking at Baidu right here, and we had a sort of a hypothetical question. Like, if you look left on Baidu right now, you'll see that there's a resistance level at 209. We're approaching that right now. But my question was, if there's a lot of limit orders right now on level 2 at, let's say, 210 or 211, and let's say they're large selling orders, right? What I was wondering was, what percentage of those sellers would be short sellers, and what percentage would be, you know, larger entities that own shares?
Yeah, to be frank with you, I wouldn't know. And I don't think most people know unless you have beyond level 2 of seeing what's sitting out there.
Baidu's wrong.
I just don't think there's nothing available on there to know that information.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
And
and listen, when I make this comment, I'm not coming from a, being a smart ass when I make this comment, please. But, I know a lot of stuff about the market. I mean, I've been doing this for years. And Jerry hardly knows much because he and I talk occasionally about just the market itself. But Jerry knows the ingredients of trading. And sometimes, I get in trouble with paralysis analysis. And maybe that you could get in the same thing of just, Jerry just trades what's in front of him. And that's why he can do so fast, because it gets me in trouble too, that you try and overanalyze.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that. Sometimes it's best to drown out any noise and just look at the candles. That's it. Don't worry about outside influence. Like, just trade what's in front of you. Unless you're looking to hold something all day or after hours, it might come into play. But all we can do is look at what happens and how price reacts at these levels.
yeah,
But yeah, like Corey's saying, I don't know half the stuff.
yeah. My reasoning for that, Corey, was that if a large percentage of them are short sellers, and let's say they take it down 10, 20, or $30,
Baba's gap filling right now is long.
then the next day the bulls have a lot easier time pushing it back up because they're forcing them to cover, and that would relate nicely to the strat, because then the candles that are short, those just become short sell targets for the bulls the next day.
And I think what ends up happening on your question is, which is great. I think, that's why we get trading for free. I think they're selling our information to, the market makers and whoever out there buys it, and they use that information against us.
Oh, absolutely. That's another reason I asked the question, because it's kind of hard to know what's going on.
Yeah, you don't. You just have to make the best high probable guess in a quick time fashion, unless you're a swing trader.
Yeah.
I mean,
okay.
there's another thing out there that doesn't answer the question, but a part of it, there's another thing out there on the internet. I think it's called, I forget what the name of it is. It's something, short, let's see, I think I have it on my computer. It's called Short Squeeze, right? Shortsqueeze.com. You can go there, type in a symbol and see what percentage of the shares are shorted. Like if I put in Baidu right now that's not going to answer it where you're sitting at that, but just on a global basis, they're about 13% short. It's showing right now, and about 0.7 days to cover. But again, I'm not trying to take away your questions. Well, I've watched Jerry. I mean, Jerry reacts. Jerry don't even give crap about the news. You don't even pay attention to news. You don't pay anything. You just pay attention to the chart. And so he has no bias in his head.
Yeah, sometimes it's easier. No, there's no outside influence.
Well, I would agree with that. Because
Yeah.
news can be conflicting as well. Like you could have good news and bad news at the same time.
Baidu's still going, and Baba's trying to gap fill here.
Okay, thanks for that, Corey.
Market data connection loss.
Hey guys, what y'all doing?
How you been doing?
Y'all doing okay?
Yeah, we're doing pretty good. We're doing pretty good. Trying to make some money. Badu's long. Target's pivot high still. Bob was almost gap filled here. Hey Russell, what did you make on that spread on the thing on the Piton's pushing up too? What did you make on the thing on that spike? By doing an ass. Bobby, you're gonna add the Bob if it crosses back above 228.50 here. Market is ugly. HB still going down here. 2 up, 2 down. 60. Nice clean play.
And the Roku right here.
Oh yeah, Roku needs to break 441.43. Wrong section. Keep an eye on Piton too. She's slowly pushing up.
Jerry, Cat X looks good.
Piton's fixing to fill this gap. Piton's pretty strong. Piton's longer right now. Gap fill. I mean, it's got a beautiful chart on it. It's got 2 down, 2 up. Clearly pushing back up. Let's see, 179 eventually. FedEx, thank you, Corey. Tesla's trying to flat top break on the 15er. So Tesla's supposed to be long. FedEx is setting up here. 212 filling this big gap. Goodness gracious, a big old gap. 302, it's $4 wide. FedEx needs to break 299.50. Oh shit, Tesla just broke. I'm watching it. I don't know. All right. It broke the smaller one. Let's do the major. This will break 683.50. Be long. It's very choppy. All right. We want to see volume start to increase on this right here, so it's just not a false break and start chopping sideways again. HD still puking here. So HD's consistent. So if you took this, you should be up. We're going to target the base. Now, I think it's going to hit the base and it's going to retest and then go back up. Will it happen today? It can. More likely to happen tomorrow. And we'll look at taking it long again. Right now, it's short. It's going to learn on in test, trying to break that 60 pivot right the second, 2-2 weekly. Pull back Momo hammer on the daily. There's a push up and retest a 4 hour. Target's 115. We'll extend it. It's been running. A lot of times when they break straight through these pivots, you'll see volume as it comes in. Exactly what we're seeing right here. So it could hit this pivot here and not even blink. Not even blink an eye. We need to enter on a pullback. Net. All right. I wrote down some tickers last night. We'll start looking at those. I just ain't got enough room on my chart for everything. That's exactly right, Russell. Never want to go up the spread. You get the ass, you see on the top. Now, do that right. I'm happy for you, Russell. And look, as long as you're not greedy, you can make money with a $500 account. Absolutely. The key is not to be greedy. And really, with a smaller account, you can't look to hold for the whole move. You just can't do it. And most importantly, these small wins add up quickly. You know, when you're just new and you got a small account, you got to focus on growing your account. Then you can focus on staying in the trend longer. Because that first pullback could put you red, and if it reverses, you're screwed. And if you're lucky, it'll go back up, make a higher high. Roku is trying to break here, so good job, man. NTS is trying to break. Roku trying to push up. Roku really needs to break that 44143 level. Amazon's pushing up. Now, if it breaks 34.39.65, we'll look at taking it long. And we'll scalp it again. All right, APPN has been pretty strong today. It pulled back on 3060. Oh, okay, hang on. JD just alerted me. Let's see what we're doing. And Roku just spiked. Oh. JD spiking up right here, breaking through the pivot and ripping. The T12 continuation measure move. Damn, 4 hours breaking 4 hour and a daily pivot. Next target's going to be $80. $1 away. So JD's long right this second. 212 continuation measure move 60 right now. All right, upward pushed up, pulled back is retesting the pivot high. So we're going to set an alert on top of this thing at 60.17. Roku's long right now. It did break through that pivot. So Roku is long. We're waking up a little bit here. So that means we need to keep an eye on Etsy too. Holy shit, Baba. Dang, you took Baba for that gap fill. You've been ripping. Keaton's still pushing here. All right, Roku pull back. It should hold. It should hold the 441.37 level. It comes back and retest it, or 10 cents below it, because it should be support now. When it crosses 442.45, you can add to this position or enter. Bob is going to the moon. Amazon hit target, looking to take position in there. Baba. Yeah, it's a movement now. VIX is still up there. Look at Baba. That thing's ripping. Target on Baba, 230. Long back this second. The 212 reversal on the 60.
Yeah, I took Baba.
Nice. Baba ripping. Baba for that gap fill. Sure. The video trying to wake up. Novak's trying to wake up. Shop's waking up. Amazon waking up. Amazon breaks pivot here. It's long. Target's going to be 34.44, 34.47, 49, 51, 55. Shop's waking up. Piton's long. And also keep it on Facebook. Facebook all day, but now it's trying to roll back up. So we're waking up. The good thing, the weird thing is VIX is up. Amazon's long right now. Gonna scalp it. I may look to scalp a couple $100 this time. We'll see. I don't want to be too greedy. And Essie's got two hammers up. Bob's ripping here. All right, Facebook's gonna be long when it crosses 352. Yeah. If you look at it, pull back roughly 50% on the 60. That's it. Just roll over. You can see it rolling over and starting to flatten out there. We're coming back up. Amazon still going. Oh yeah, we're gonna miss Etsy here. Etsy's gonna be long. If you want, let it cross 208 or 201. It is long right now though. We're gonna target 202.60. First target 201.60. 202.34, 202.70, 203.56. All right. Etsy's long. Etsy's long right this second. Better get you a piece. Better get your piece of that. Bang. Kick me out, Amazon. Kick me. Baba. All right. Etsy first target is this candle, 201.70. Bob's almost a target. Look, I'd be selling it as it comes up here. When it gets close to 229.50, I'd be selling it. I'd be joining the ask right this second. So don't want to be greedy. All at Amazon, a quick $200. There's a flip. Let's see what happens. It goes inside. Etsy is going to set up. Etsy goes inside and up here. I'll add to it. Roku goes inside and up. I'll be adding to it. APPN. Yeah, we're missing APPN. B8 gap. Yeah, keep going. You can on the HD too. APPN strong. It can hold right here and keep on going back up. And that's what it's doing. There's a first pullback. APPN breaks 147.60. It'll be long. Shit. I should have stayed in Amazon a few more minutes. That's that right there. Can't be greedy. You don't want to be greedy. In trouble. All right, oh yeah. BA still puking. Or TBO, push up inside, and just break it. 6. All right, Roku, add to it. Okay, add a Roku now. Add to your Roku right this second. Zoom's fixing to go long. APPN fixing to go long. It's the same thing. It's inside now, 15. As soon as it breaks, it'll be long. It'll be adding to it along. It's breaking right this second. On a solid red candle. Or not red, green. Amazon's still pushing here. My goodness. Amazon looking good. All right, UPS needs to break 207.67. It'll be long. That clean 60. Clean 60 minutes short. Looking to get back in Amazon again. Just scalp this thing all day. Roku's long, add to it. Etsy, you better add to it. I'll look at the screen and push the button for you. Amazon's almost to that target there. I'm looking for another entry into it. Needs to cross 34.43. Okay. Sheesh. APPN's long right now. APPN is long right this second. Roku, don't be greedy with Roku. There's some resistance up there. All right. First target on Roku. 443.76. I'd probably be trying to sell something before I got up there. Because look, every time it got up to 444.60, rejected. All right. Sell into the strength. Come Well, your stop's up tight. VIX is climbing. Sky's getting close to breaking. That's pretty strong today. We done two up weekly. Monthly. I think it's $300. Corvo's been ripping today. What the hell? 268 target. 22 weekly. Push up, retest daily. 214. All right, we're looking at Amazon to retest and hold, pivot high. Oh, wow. Ron, if you're on here, thank you so much. I appreciate that so much.
What did you say, Jerry?
Oh, Ron is on here?
Yeah.
From
Yeah.
Chew? You're from, is this Ron Chew?
No.
Oh, okay, somebody else. Sorry. How's the weather out in Virginia?
It's hot as crap.
Is there a lot of deer out there?
Yeah, it's a whole lot of deer up here.
My mom was in Virginia. You're covered up.
Yeah. Whereabouts in Virginia?
Russell County, right outside of Liberty City. For Kingsport, maybe an hour from Kingsport.
Oh yeah.
Not that far.
Down
Out in the middle of
towards
nowhere.
down towards Gate City and all
Oh
that.
yeah. That's it. Yeah, Big City. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. It's so cool up because they'll have these big rolling hills, like big, and the springs will be coming from the top of the top of the hills. It's crazy. You think they'd be in the bottom, but the springs come out the top.
Yeah.
That's the weirdest thing. Well, you go outside, they'd be, the deer be everywhere. Now, if you can't go outside and see 30, 40 deer every day, there's a problem.
I live in a subdivision now, and I got deer coming in my yard.
They're everywhere up there.
It's the first time I've ever lived in a subdivision.
Yeah, different, I guess, ain't it? Do you have a homeowner association?
No.
That's not bad, though. That's not too bad. How's trading going today? Pretty good?
I just started.
Good day.
Pretty good. I just got one trade. That was on Baba, so yeah, it was pretty good.
Nice. Pretty good gap fill. It's trying to go again. It's setting up with a Momo hammer. It needs to cross that wick, though, that high.
Yeah, I had to go to
choppy.
I had to go to PT this morning, so
now you're back in the room, straighten it out.
yeah.
The market's choppy. It's just been choppy all day. We're just trying to look for the strongest tickers and try to pull some money out of them. Is all we can do.
Yeah.
VIX is strong. So we're trying to pull back up here. Confirming that thing could see $90 by next month. All right, so JKS breaks 57.30, could see 58.30. This thing got a lot of ways to go back up. Take that. DRI, just to do something. There's a break and a retest of pivot high on the monthly. Pretty good chop right here. Trying to break down. Push that retest going. Let's see, 146. Breaking out now, but I don't trust that. Novak's trying to come back up right now. PNG broke through pivot low, rejected, come back down. This thing came all the way back down to $38 if it wants to. It's short right now. CPNG short. Pivot machine gun to the downside. Volume's picking up. They're selling it. And it is optional with a pretty tight spread. So this is short right now. CPNG. CPNG short right now. It is short. First target's gonna be 40. APPN is coming right back up. If you look at CPNG on the 60, it's a 2 up, 2 down shooter. Amazon pushing up again. And back down. And back up. HD still coming down. APPN has been really strong today. And that nice pullback on it. Trying to fill back up right this second. I must have missed the word on it. It was long at 147.50 or at 148.54. It should blow through there eventually. And it'll break that 60 pivot. We'll see a nice flush up to it. These will break 149. I can start to flush. Nike's flushing. Novak's the first target, second target to the high. This is going on down again. This is this chop. Even Bob was rolling over. So look at HD. On 60 is a 2 up, 2 down shooter. So just like we like the hammers, shooters, same thing. Target's still gonna be 315.80. Which is just slow. Bob is looking the same right now on the 15. See, there's a first pullback to the downside, Momo shooter down. First target will be 227.95. So Bob is short right this second. It's making lower highs, so we pull up the 30 minute, I'll show you. I got there, they lined up perfectly. So that is a trend line, touch 3 times. It is short. Short. Could see 227. Amazon is trying to break that pivot on the 30. Just ugly on the way up. BA's hitting a base. It could start to curl and go back up here. It peaked yesterday too. See, and the base, now it's at that base again. If it holds, we can see it come right back up to 244. If it breaks through it, we can see a nice flush. The downside.
Hey, Jerry,
Yep.
and 212 and the 312, the one, does it need to be in the upper half or lower half of the first candle, or does it matter?
Yeah, it needs to be. Yeah, it needs to be. For a Amazon's long again here. No scalping. For a bullish position, APPN's long too. It's breaking that high. You keep on going. For a bullish position, you want to see the inside candle top 25%. And for a
At
bearish
the top of the
position,
candle or the lower candle?
yeah. So for if you want it to go long, you want to see it in the top 25%.
Oh, I see.
And in a short, you want it to be in the bottom 25%.
Okay.
If that inside candle is in smack in the middle of it, then it's not good. You want to wait until it gives you a clear direction. So near the top's good, near the bottom's good, right in the middle, bad. Very bad. So sometimes we'll see a lot of compound inside candles right smack in the middle. And it's not a good place for them. You really need a clear direction. All out of Amazon. That was quick. Thank you very much, Amazon.
Thanks, Jerry.
You're welcome, sir. Shops 212 right now, 60. Amazon, we might see. Amazon just broke that 30 pivot. So the next target on it's going to be 34.55. And you keep on shop right now, I'm probably missing that. It's 212 right now. Continuation measure move. Looks like it got it instantly. Shops long, target 1500. 212.15. Shop is long right now, so we can't pull some money out of it. There's a lot of volume coming in on it. It don't show it, but it is. Baidu trying to triangle it out. Choppy mess, so I can tell you that. Just be careful. Don't be greedy on this stuff. All out of shop. Whew. Target still $1,500 on it. It only takes a second to get a shot. APPN's long here still. Shop the most of the target. Amazon. Yeah. No. To the guy that's asking about the inside candle or the inside, let's look at Merlin right quick. It's a compound inside bar. It's in the top 25%. Shop still going, Amazon still going. On the next pullback, I'll hop back in Amazon. And we'll scalp it again. APPN's going here. Peaton's going. Peaton long for gap fill. Looks like it filled it. Next target on Peaton 126.80. Peaton's got a beautiful chart on it. All right, this candle here's a 2. All right, it's a 2. All this is inside that candle. In the top 25% of it. So we can expect, as long as it stays in the top 25% of it, we can expect it to break out the top. You take it when it breaks the top. So just like the strat says, take it when it breaks the inside candle. It's all down. Take it when it breaks the top. If it was chopping down here in the lower 25%, we could expect it to break the base. If it don't, it starts to come back through range, it's even better, because now we're going to target opening that candle or the close of this candle here. Right. Now the strat, they'll teach you not to trade these mother bars. I love them. Why would you not want to catch that entire move? That makes no sense to me. Chops, breaks back to the upside. And the reason it works so well, there's no resistance here. So to me, a big candle is like a gap. There's no resistance there. Price can quickly move through it. And the reason it works so well is because there's a bunch of stops stacked really, really tightly on top of it. And this price goes up, get stopped out. Of course, that candle will be red. Right. Shopify, nice. Amazon's good, nice. Shopify hit target there. Look back just a hair. Be nice to see a rejection of solid green candle. If this candle goes solid green again, I'll take it long again. Keep it on by do. Could go long. It breaks the candle. Prior 15-minute candle. Amazon ripping. There's this candle go solid green. 14 clear $1,500. A psych number. It's a big one. I'll take it long. I'll scalp it for another few $100. Amazon's still going. Look at Amazon. She's ripping targets right here. I should have got in that pullback right there. I missed it. Stopping. It's all right there. When they break these pivots, they can really move. Look at this 30. I'm going to pull back out and enter Amazon again. See the 30 break here. Target's going to be the wick of this candle here. This wick. This wick. Body, wick, pivot. Pulling back right now. Pretty nice. I'll need to pull back to get in. It could pull back pretty hard and shoot. That was a pretty good move right there for Amazon. This is coming on down here. Day to day, you just scout. You just got scout. That's all it's doing.
Jerry, Tesla short 15, 2 down.
This short right now. It would definitely be just a scalp though. Yeah, target 677.50. Down. Or shop. Shop's long. You're gonna scalp it again right now. You're gonna scalp it because it pushed up, it retested on that one candle. You saw it work all the way back down. Go back up. Let's pull up the 1 minute candle. 1 minute chart right quick. Cross $1,500. So we can pull some more money out of it. Nobody's gonna hit target. There's a 1 minute. It pushed up, pulls back, gone. Yeah. If you watch it, you'll see the spread overlap on it. All right, watch the spread. All I'm doing is I'm catching it as it comes to the top. I'll put a limit in just 5 cents below instead of crap out of it. I use the spread to my favorite. And it's the spread is so weird. Sometimes it'll tell you even why it's sitting stagnant. So crazy. You don't ever see it stay out and say it's spread. Novavax almost a target. Amazon's looking for an ad right here. Novavax hit target. Yeah, Tesla's target today. Oh, Amazon's long. Still in the shop. All right, I gotta look at Amazon. I made my limit down. All right, here comes shop. Amazon said pivot high on 15. Shop needs a break. Amazon and shop usually run together. Keep an eye on beta. If it breaks that candle on the 15, it's gonna be long. Target's gonna be a high, just a quick TTO. Baba, same thing, 2-2 up. Watch it. Etsy's coming back up. BA still puking. Zoom's coming up. Amazon target 34.5618, and then top the red candle. Novavax is long, not in it. It's long. I think the hand's still pushing. That's fine. So, this is pulling back. Oh shit, QQQ just mobile hammered up.
Hey Jerry, CRN, you can take a look.
Yeah, I was watching that last night. That higher time frame is so choppy on that thing. Is it moving today? There you go. QQQ breaks 354.75. It's long. See. RM, it kind of press one of my scans. Last night when I was looking. I think it's the same one. That looks pretty good today. Yeah, it's in wicks right there. Goodness gracious. If it ever breaks out of that top, 248, she's gone. Doing pretty good right now. Breaking the pivot on 15. And the fiver. If it breaks above 245.45, she's long.
Piton looks good too.
Oh yeah. Piton's good. Piton's good. HD still looks good. Add to it on the way down. Yeah, Piton looks good. Piton, we're still aiming for the highs, maybe 127. I'm watching for Bob to keep you up here. Piton does look good, guys. Piton. Waiting. We want to target here. I got a load on Coke. Cola. What she doing here? All right, shop got a Momo hammer. Come on. Give me my money, Shopify. Don't you do me dirty. All right, KO's breaking down. I got an alert on it for breakdown. All right, you see KO expanded on the weekly here. Keep going back down to $48. We're still in a short signal. First target is 53.62, which is not that much. 30 cents. It's short right this second. It's only 30 cents. I guess the contract's gotta be dirt cheap. Yeah, they're dirt cheap. It's still in a short signal right now. Target's just not that big. Picon's still long here. You keep an eye on Baba. Coke is, in case you want to get in Coca-Cola. Target's going to be pivot low, 53.61. First target's going to be 53.77. 60. Novex is long. It did 2-2 back up. It hit target, which is pivot high on 15. That's breaking through. Novex. Yeah, got pushed up, pulls back, gone. The same pattern we play all the time. And look, this thing can go. Next target on Novex, 207, 226, 229.50. Here's what it looks like when you draw it. It looks like this. It pushes up, pulls back, gone. When it pulls back here, the first target's here, second target. So it pulls back, comes up, pulls back. All right, so our first target plus pivot high. Now it's a Vix. Yeah, BA's the inside. I think it's breaking out right this second though. It's chopping. It's been chopping the last couple of days, but the pattern is smooth. Right now, we're looking for rejection off the base of BA. And a lot of times what'll happen is a wick down just a hair. All right, taking out the stops. And then shoot right back up the top. So we're looking for expansion. You can see it. Let me show you. They take it up by 1 penny. 1 penny. So it looks like this. That's the good thing about these pivots. They mark expansion. See there? It expands by literally 1 or 2 pennies. All right. Now what we're doing.
That make a nice PMG right back up.
Exactly. So now what we're gonna do is we're not gonna guess the bottom. Well, even though we pretty much know, yeah, that's the bottom. We want to see at least one pull back to the upside. All right. So we want to see it break through, come up, one pull back. As soon as it crosses this triangle, it's long, and it could it could come up with, it can do it in 1 bar if it wants to. And the reason it came up so quickly is because, like Porter saying, it's a pivot machine gun, and it takes the stops. So when they take the stops, short's got to cover and they got to sell. And they sell for strength. And the faster they're selling, the bigger this bar can push. And as we come up, we're going to target candles. All right, we target the candles, we'll target the body, the candle, gap fill. Okay? And if there's a pivot, you're always going to target the pivot. We're going to target that, the lowest hanging candle or gap fill here. Yeah. And this played out yesterday, say. It gapped up this morning, came back down, it touched it. It broke the stops over here, expanded. Now it's back up. Now it could do this. It could come down. This could be a pullback to the upside and puke. Who knows? That's why we always want that one. We always want that one pullback to the upside. Always. Always wait. You enter, the strat says you enter as soon as the next candle breaks the 2, which is right here. But your target's only this first candle, the top of it. And here's the thing, if it, that's nothing, that's pennies. And on top of that, it comes up, it's the top, it can go right back down. It could just be a pullback to the downside. They don't teach you that. They don't teach you that. They call it doing battle. You know what I'm saying? No, it comes down 2-2 up, then they come down, you get stomped out. Oh, well, you're supposed to do that 10 more times until it says, okay, I've had enough, let's go up. So, do yourself a favor. Wait till the first pullback. Okay. Bob is trying to 2-2 up. Second play.
So Jerry, you wouldn't enter until the first pullback. Is that what you said about Boeing?
Absolutely, yeah. 100%. Do that on every ticker. If you think it's a reversal, all you gotta do is wait for a pullback to the upside. Or if you want to go short, you want to reverse to the downside, pull back to the downside. You don't need to look at volume. You don't need to look at anything except for that pullback. That's it. I used to look at volume. Right, I want to see volume decrease in a pullback for confirmation or increase for reversal. It's simpler than that, and it's all hinges on that reversal or that pullback. I'm sorry, pullback in the direction. There's all the confirmation. It's easy. Anybody can recognize it. All right, BABA, 15 or 212 down. It's long right this second. First target, 229.66. Same. It's the same thing we do all day, every day, on every time frame. So I've been watching it for minutes long. So.
What one person answered a question, can a pullback be one candle? It actually can be the same candle. Show her that.
Oh, yep, 100%. So, I forgot what it was. Amazon or something a second ago. All right, so say price comes up as one candle. It breaks above this green. Okay. Then it comes back down. Now it's a shooter. Okay. Then it comes up all in the same candle. Now it's solid. As soon as it goes solid, there's your entry. So what it's done in one candle is it came up, it pulled back, and it ripped. So there's your TTO in one candle. Because look, it pulls up, solid green. Comes back, it's a shooter. This all happens in one candle. You'll be watching it. And then, so it's flat top like that. Then it comes right back up. And I believe it was Amazon that did it just a minute ago. I don't remember. But as soon as it goes back to red, so it's a red to green move, all it is. All right, you take it long here, you can add to it, and it rips. So 100%, yeah, it can be a pullback. And sometimes you'll see it step up or break the pivot and see a little wick on it. That's the pullback. Because why? Because it pushed it above it. And then it turned red. And then it came up on a wick. And then it went green. And that's a pullback for the candle. Just like a 2. So gigantic. So let's look at Baba right here. First 5-minute candle right here. Or the 2 first. Big green 2. This candle here opens up inside, so it was a 1. It was red. All right, as soon as it crosses the high, it became a 2. It was inside. Now it's a 2. And 2 candles. All right, you're not gonna see that on no strap pattern. That's money. That's freaking money right there. 2, 1, 2, and 2 candles. Of course, you want to see at open a solid candle with little to no wicks. Okay. The next candle opens up, it goes down, it's red, and then comes back up, and it looks like this. So as it comes back up, it'll start wicking. As soon as it crosses the high, it goes from red to green, and you take it. As soon as it crosses this high, this candle here, and it's a 2, a 1, a 2, and 2 candles. And that's absolute money. Money. You're not going to see that nowhere else. It's a deadly move, though.
That makes so much sense.
Yeah, it's an incredible move. HD still pushing down here. Consistent. I love that play first thing in the morning. Now here's another thing too, is first thing in the morning, say a candle's it shoots down, all right, so it's open, say gapped up, it pulls down red. As soon as it pulls back up and goes green, and as long as it's above a pivot, you can take it long instantly. We're going to scalp it. The next candle opens, it goes inside, it comes back up. Guess what? 2, 1, 2 up. You're going to hit it as soon as it goes back green. You're going to scalp it again. So all we're doing, go ahead.
I was going to ask, does it need to cross the pivot? Or just.
It's better if it's above a pivot. Yeah. Yeah.
It's like on a gap, right?
Yeah. Yeah. So just like a HD this morning. Here exactly. Here, let me pull it up here. That's exactly what happened on HD this morning. Now, I had this on my chart, but I wasn't paying attention. We got other stuff. Exactly. It's exactly what I'm talking about right here. So, opens up, gapped up. All right, opened up here. It goes down, it's solid red. As soon as it goes back, it starts to wick. And as soon as it goes red to green, it's long, instantly. Because the people that's going to take their profits, they take it on the red. Buyer step in and push it back green, it's a scalp. All right, now look. 2, 1, 2. 2, it goes up, it goes inside. Now you wait until it crosses the high of this candle here. You're going to take it long. Okay? I don't care if it takes 2 or 3 bars, as long as it's inside, it's consolidating. We wait on a consolidation break. So it's just 2, all this is currently inside. As soon as it breaks the high, as soon as it breaks the high of this first candle here, it's long. You enter it now. So first place scalp. Inside, you wait till the break of the high, it's long. It goes up. It goes up a second time, it fails. You should have been out as soon as this candle started coming back penny. Why? Because I got a rule that says if it goes against me twice, I cut it. See, this one came up, but it made a higher high. This one came up, this one came up, this one came up. I might have been cutting it here, I don't know. I scalped this, so it doesn't matter. But if it's later in the day, It's irrelevant.
What's that rule again?
I do not let a play go against me twice. So
Say that one more time. I'm sorry.
yeah, here, let me pull it up so you can see it. So I don't let any trade go against me twice after 10 o'clock. If I'm looking to hold a position longer in the day, I'll not let it go against me twice. And I'll tell you what it means is, say price is pushing up. You see this candle here? These candles here? The price pushes up, then it comes back down, this red candle. And it comes back up. It looks like it's gonna make a new high, but it's just a penny or two lower than that candle. So what it tells me is immediately I can't make a new high. So it could do a couple things. So as soon as it fails to make a new high here, I'll cut it instantly right here, right there. So I'm locking in the profits, but also because it comes back down, I start chopping. And we can see it eventually made a new high, but for the most part of it, it just chopped sideways here until it finally failed. Yeah, so if a candle wicks up, it pulls back and then it comes back up and fails to make a new high. And a lot of times it'll come up and it'll fail just by a penny sometimes. You know, it comes up, pulls back, goes up, but it failed to make a new high here. That's your first sign that there's a problem going on with it. You need to cut it. It comes up, pulls back on this and goes up. This candle here was not strong enough to make a new high. The second time, it's the first time, pulls back, comes back up, tries to take another run at it, can't. It opens up lower, or it didn't open up lower, it actually tried to go higher and it couldn't, it pulled it right back down, so the wick comes from. And you should cut it. What's that?
So Jerry,
As soon as it makes that wick, then you're getting out, right?
Yeah, as soon as it comes up and starts pulling back down, I'm out instantly.
look at the third candle of the day, the one with the big shooter on it. Aren't you starting to get nervous? Because then it goes a 2-1, and then even the third candle, they got 3 wicks on those candles off to the left.
On the day?
Yeah, right when you first started. See that third candle's got a big shooter of the day?
Oh, right here?
Yeah, right. Then you get another one that's inside, and you got looks like it's starting to run out of gas about that time, isn't it?
Yeah, I've been out by then. Yeah, but I scalped the open. Usually I'm looking at this, I'm paying more attention to this after 10 o'clock. If I'm in a position for a while, because after 10 o'clock, let me say this, between 9:30 and 10, I'm scalping. After 10 o'clock, I'm looking to stay in a position longer. Now, the last few weeks.
But would you have taken that TTO on that number 2 candle that's red at that point?
Oh, right here?
Yeah, when it took it out, but all of a sudden you got some, you follow what I'm saying?
Yeah, probably not. No, here's why, because the first time I see this big shooter, then I know there's a problem. There's buyers stepping in. Then they wick that again. There's no way, because now the bodies of the candles are getting smaller now. So if you notice the bodies, pretty good size. It's a medium size, and now it's really small. So there's no way. Volume's slowing down. You can tell so much just by a candle.
Yeah, but at that point, when it took it up, you didn't know that at that point. It took out the TTO first.
You talking about this candle right here?
No, the 5th candle. The 5th candle, if you had taken that 5th candle.
The red one?
Yeah. So if you would have taken it out, taken the TTO, because you would not have known it at that moment.
I wouldn't have took it as a red candle.
You would, well, it would have first been green, right? So that's what made it go up and then come back in.
Oh, if it crossed that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't have took it anyway.
Okay.
Because of this big wick here.
Okay. Yeah.
I've been scared to take it.
Okay.
I've been scared to take it because that big wick was the first sign of weakness. So what I would have done is I let it open, and I probably would have given it another 10 cents here above that before I even took it. Because, especially like later in the day, this right here could just be a bull trap or expansion. So I give him a little bit of room right here. I got this thing expanded, but if I expand it down, then it'll be very small.
Yeah, but basically you wouldn't have taken it at all until it, had 15 cents above that.
Oh yeah, at least.
Yeah. Okay.
Because I'm looking at it. If I didn't see any of this stuff here, I'm looking at it. I'm gonna say, well, you know what? This is a pattern where when price came up to this point here, they pulled it back, right? So I've been like, well, I want to make sure I want to make really good and sure that it clears this point before I enter long. Before I take it back.
And also the first candle of the day, what would you have been thought on that? Or you just throw it away since it's a lot of
No.
balls?
I would have scalped it. I would have scalped it because I would have been, entering here.
No,
and
no,
it
no,
went
no,
up to-
no, no. no. Let's assume you're not in it and you got that big wick there. Would you have
Yeah.
done the same thing, given it a little bit of room to get above it?
Yep. So yeah, I would have taken, I would have took it long. As soon as it, okay. So as soon as it crossed the high here, I'd want to give it some room to make sure that it's not going to pull back in there. And I would have took it long.
Okay. It's
I'm not
such a,
gonna press the button until that's solid green.
Yeah.
If it starts to wick back at all, I'm not pushing.
and the solid green, you wouldn't know until the candle closed though, right?
So it closed? No. As you're watching it form, you'll see it. Now, sometimes as it's forming, you'll see one that you'll be like, okay, I'm gonna get the contract. I'm looking at the contract and I look back and it's got a wick on it. I'm not gonna send it. But if I keep watching it and it goes solid green, then I'll take and hit it. Now after I send it, it's out of my control then. But I'll at least give it 10 or 15 cents above this candle right here. And above
Yeah.
that wick.
So
So
anytime you get,
exactly.
anytime you get a big shooter like that, that's what you do every time.
Yeah, you better give it some room because that's just like that wick is just the same thing I would do on a pivot break. Same exact thing.
Okay.
Yeah. So a pivot break and the TTO, all that stuff I treat them the same exact way. A support, resistance, a TTO break, a pivot high, pivot low, they all get the same treatment. Or even say a stack of candles. See that stack of candles there? That's a minor resistance support level. And I would treat it just like this right here. I'd let it open just a little bit. But you're right, after it forms, after I enter it, it could wick back just like this one. I don't know. The next candle opens up, I'm hoping it crosses above that. That'd be an ad.
Because occasionally that's what's got me a couple times on that wick off that first candle. But now I see you give it a little bit more breathing room above it.
Yeah. And really, to be honest with you, right at open, you really want to give it 20 or 30 cents above it, especially right at open, because that's the first sign of weakness. And it kept going higher here. But you just want to make sure because these patterns repeat themselves. You know what I'm saying? So it could wick, it could come on up. It can come up a little bit higher and then wick right back down. It could just be expanding, but with wicks.
So the way you get in so early in the morning on that first candle, the second it went green, you went
Yeah.
on it, right?
Yeah.
You went green.
Yeah.
And at that point, you put a limit to get rid of it fast just because you don't know.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Put my limit in there immediately. Yep. Yeah, immediately. And it went from red to green. It's a gap up. It's above pivot high, so it gapped above pivot high, so it's strength. So it's automatically above yesterday's high. It pulls back, people take profits. Since it goes green, it's long. You see it go up, so I got plenty of room to get a scalp. A couple dollars in there. Novax is gonna be long here just a second when it breaks the high. And this is a push up and a retest on the 15-minute and 2 candles.
Wait, one last thing. I'm
Yeah.
just last one. If on that candle, right, if you were gonna do it, you really almost wouldn't even taken it to almost the 5th candle, right?
On the
If you
break
was
this
to
candle
buy
here.
it. Yeah, to clear it.
Yeah, I
Come
may have
around-
taken it on this one.
Or
Depends.
you would have taken it there at the high?
Yeah, I probably, let's see how far apart it is.
So someone in that
43.
proximity.
Yeah, I probably would have taken it here. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I would have taken it and the stop would have been right here. 10 cents below this. So 316.90 would have been the stop on it. Yeah. Because
Okay.
there's, see the 2 candles there, there's minor support there now. There was resistance. Now it should be support.
Okay,
My
thanks.
stops are pretty tight.
That clarified a couple of things in the morning, what gets me occasionally.
Sure, you're welcome.
What do you use to choose your stocks in the morning?
I've got a list of about 25, 30 tickers I'm watching constantly. And they're the best of the best. They, I know their patterns, their profiles, and personalities, and their spreads. I know everything about them. I know their higher time frames. I like trading some of them. A lot of them I watch them every single day. And with this group of tickers, I can usually always find something to trade in them. I rarely have to scan for anything. There's some that lead, there's some that lag, there's some in the same sector, there's some in bio, tech, EV. There's all kinds. There's different ones so I can see. I can get an idea of the whole market just from this set of tickers. There's banks, tech. Some lead, some lag, like Novak Smyrna, they're side by side because one will usually lead, one will lag. I'm watching SPY, QQQ, VIX. I'm using VIX for fear index. I see it pushing up consistently. The market can go down, and when it's going down, I'm looking for natural buyers, or if it's pushing down, look for natural sellers. But usually, I can always find something to trade. And these tickers that I'm watching, they can move a lot. They can move a lot. Now I'll keep a few of the smaller ones on here that consistent, like Piton, because not everybody's got a huge account. I try to find something for everybody. Myrna's kind of cheap. Tesla's mid-range. Baidu's kind of cheap. Piton, XD. Roku and Etsy, they're kind of cheap. They can move a lot. APPN can move a lot. DocuZen. They all have the potential to move a lot, and that's very important to me. I can find beautiful charts, tickers that can move at 50 cents to $1 all day long. But if I'm risking losing 60, 70 bucks to make 70, it's not worth my time. I want a 5-to-1 risk to reward. I want a major risk to reward. It's like even on shopping Amazon. I'm risking a good amount of money to make 300 or 400 in just 20 seconds, 30 seconds. So I want a big.
I'll give you a tip that Jerry gave me is run his 2-1 scan on a 4-hour. And if the morning's hot where they pop up and the second half of that 4 hours in a yellow bar, which is, well, mine's yellow, it happens to be inside bar, and it closes near the top, most of the time they gap up the next day.
Right. Amazon's trying to TTO here. It could take and run and break this 15-minute pivot here. Shopify's, Amazon and Shop run together. One leads, one lags. Amazon's gonna be long. As soon as it crosses the high, it's actually longer at this second. Amazon's longer at this second. But you're exactly right, Corey. That's exactly the setup.
Man, what Jerry knows is just unbelievable. He gives it away free. I mean, you could talk to some people that make money and they ain't gonna give it away. If they are, they're gonna charge you. And half the time they're gonna be wrong. And then Jerry don't just give it to you, explains it to it. It's like, this is too good to be true.
Thank you. I try to make it where everybody can understand it and try to give enough information. Everybody can,
There's a cheap ticker going right now. Ford's going.
Ford. Amazon targets 34.54. You hit the target right now. And then it's going to be 34.56.19. Amazon can move today. Oh yeah, Novavax is longer at this second. Push up a retest. Roku's longer at this second. APPN trying to 2-2 up, back to highs. Picon's still consistently going here. Facebook's rolling and curling up. Look at Amazon the 15, see it push up, pulls back. Just a TTO of the upside, that's all it is. It's gonna be a flat top break after it breaks 34.56. We'll see a nice push. Shopify's long, same setup. Shopify's long, same setup right this second. Shopify is long right now. Target 1501.65, 1502. Ultimately 1511. I'd love to see 1552 back at it. Oh yeah, I gotta show you Novavax. There's Novavax 15, 212 continuation. But on top of that, we got a breakthrough and a retest. So see it break up, come back and retest it and gone. It's long. Novx is long. That's a very bullish pattern. If they can't take it lower, it's got to go up. Now that is your stop. Very tight stops. Twilio. Twilio's breaking right this second. 2-2 up. Just curled up, just like the rest of them did. Twilio's to be a swing target at 457. So let's look at the daily. This pattern is the same pattern on all time frames. Same exact pattern. Right here it is. Remember it. Look, you could pick, there's so many patterns I play, but you could pick one pattern. Literally one pattern and play it every day, all day. And here's that one pattern right here. Pushed up, pull back. All you gotta do is look at the 4 hour. If you're at the 60 and you see this, and the 30, all you gotta do is look for a pullback and a push in the direction you want to go in a 5 minute. That's it. So you see the 2-2 here. You're gonna look for confirmation on the lower time frame. Target's gonna be here. All right, and then you look for the next candles up. Same thing here, same pattern, 2 down, 2 up. You're gonna target these candles here. Kind of like what we're doing on Shop and Amazon at the moment. But a lot of times they're bigger than that. They'll play out bigger than that. This is the daily. So we play a bunch of those 2-2s today. Somebody asked if we only play breakouts. No, we play everything. If you just play breakouts, you'd be sitting there with your hands in your pocket a lot. Novx. Big push up, 2-2 up. All right, this pattern happens on all the time frames. So if you look right here on the 30, the 2-1-2 up reversal, all you do is look on the 5 minute. Because these reversals, they're always going to signal on the 5 minute first. Right? You're going to know what's happening down here first. So there's that 2-1 on the 30. All right. As it comes up, there's your first pullback, second pullback, third, fourth, fifth, sixth. There's multiple pullbacks. Usually on those, it's the 2. It chops sideways, it's inside, then a 2 up. It's a 2-1-2 reversal. Everything's a 2-1-2, continuous or reversal. And a 1 is nothing more than a chop. What I do is I usually target a group of tickers, a body, resistance, something. And that'll be my goal before I enter. I want it to cross at least that one candle. All right, and it's going to be at least 25% from the base. That's no rule. So let me pull up this 30-minute chart. So I pick a candle. All right, now look, Novx. Here's what we do. This is what I say to myself. All right, we're gonna take it here. All right, it's red and green. It bounced off pivot low this morning. All right, we'll take it long. This ticker is strong on the higher time frames. It pushed up, it expands here. See it? Expansion. It pulls down. Will we short it? Absolutely. But we're not going to short it all the way down because the thing's been strong. All right, so we know we're not going to short it always the base. Roku's long. By the way, we're going to target the highs, and then hopefully it'll flat top break out there and go to the moon. But it pulls back, starts to reverse here. So we take it when it crosses this candle here. Why that candle? Because it's just the one I picked. It's 25% from the base here. So imagine if this was one candle here. This is one here. We want 25% from the base or greater, but at least 25%. But as soon as it crosses this candle or long, well, first target's going to be pivot high, and then this candle, this candle. Oh, that's, and she's still going here. Teton's still going. Should have entered that from gap fill. You should get quite a bit if you took that one. Gap fill here. Target's pivot high. You should be selling into it. You can always re-enter it. Facebook's rolling over, so we're looking to take a long position in that thing as well. So if you look at Facebook on the 15, you can tell a lot about these tickers just by looking at them. All right, if you take and you draw a line, it looks like this. Slows down, now it's curling. I mean, where's it going? It's going up here. A lot of times we overcomplicate stuff. It pushes up, it pulls back, it's picking up speed, then it starts to slow down. It flattens out. Now it's starting to curl. Strong, reverses, slows down, it's curling back up. So really it looks like this. All right. If you was to scrunch this together, it look like this. Looks like that. That's roughly 50% of this candle here. All right. If you drew a fib line, it's probably 50%, maybe 61.8, something like that. All right, it's in a reversal pattern across this candle here. Guess what? It's long. All right, here. I picked this candle right here. Let's see why? Because there's major resistance there and support. See there? 1 touch, 2 touch, 3 touch, 4 touch. 25% off the base. Yep. Okay. Where's the target at? Here. Here. You get it high. Right. Here's the pattern. Pushes up, pulls back, going. The 2, 6, reversal with confirmation in the base. Confirmation is at least 1 pullback in your direction. All right. Pick a candle. Do I have to pick that candle? No. I have to pick this candle, but not really, because I'm going to be at a chop. So anything in here is chop. If it wicked up a penny here, it can pull right back down and start chopping again. Here we're in safe. We're in a safe zone here. If we get above this. All right, and that big red candle is money because why? There's no resistance there, for one. Second, there's a bunch of stops there. A lot of stops to be triggered. Novak's still ripping. So Facebook's long is going to target 358 today. Remember, market's choppy. Keep your stops tight. We know the market's choppy, so you reduce size and you take profits off it. APPN's long again, same pattern. Same pattern every day. So let's pull up APPN. Now, APPN's done this a couple of times. We can play the pullbacks without a doubt. But in a strong ticker, you're not going to be in them long. You're not going to be in them long.
Jerry, when you're drawing your compound twos, how far back do you go?
The pivot high and the pivot lows usually mark the compound twos. You don't have to go back too far, a day or two. You don't have to go back too far. APPN's long right this second. So look, all it's doing is
Understand the compound too. You can go to a higher time frame, such as like a 60, and sort of get the idea where it come from.
Yeah. So yeah, all you do is you take in your mind, you're basically putting these things together. So you're exactly right. Like Corey said, if you look at the higher time frame, you'll see that too. We're just looking at them before we just know where we're at.
just like where he's at right now, if you look at that far green line, that's where it started from, to the higher green line. That's the 2 and everything else inside.
Yeah, just like this right here. These
Green
pivots
to-
mark it. It actually comes on down. So, but it's definitely here to here.
You should also show him, Jerry, the broadening formation off that pivot right now that could get stopped there and then roll over.
Oh, yeah. So these pivots are notorious for marking these pivot highs and pivot lows. So when you see it, a lot of times there'll be expansion on these pivots. So they mark these broadening formations very good, very well. But not only that, when you're looking at these, when you find support and resistance, a minor support and resistance, they can also expand on support and resistance. They won't show you that in the strat. I don't even think they know it.
Yeah.
So when you draw, say you take an entry on major support resistance, price can expand on that. And that's important because of where you're placing your stop. So, if you take an entry, price breaks this, say it's a pivot or just it's breaking resistance or support. You take it when it enters pivot, price can come down, break through it just a little bit, and then shoot back up as it expands, as it goes out. And that's important because of where you place your stops.
But like
The
Jerry
price is not-
shows, like Jerry shows off that pivot, off that green one to the top when he draws that, that's really important. Because it usually stops right off that green when you drive that broadening formation. Yeah,
Yeah.
right there. That happens so much. It stops right there at the top. So you could be a bag holder after that or get stopped out.
Exactly. Yeah. And it also, see how it expands to the downside too? That's important because look here. It's happening. It's going to happen right now. But, we play the breakout. All right. Comes down, pulls back. It finally breaks out, but it can come right back down and shoot through there and expand. It actually expanded right here. See, it came up, pulled back, and then expanded.
Just what Jerry teaches on that, in my opinion, that's almost better than the strat. I mean,
Got
that's,
stopped out of Shopify. I got limited out, sorry.
but to
Yeah,
draw
they
that
don't-
off that pivot is worth a lot, in my opinion.
Yes, very important. The top one don't matter. It does matter, but not as much as the bottom. But like Corey said, a lot of times these tickers, they'll come up with just 10 or 15 cents, especially after 11 o'clock, expand and then come right back down. Peacon's still going here. Facebook's going to be long or add to it when it breaks the high. APPN still going. Peacon's still ripping. Novak's still going. Shopify hit my target. Thank you very much, Shopify.
Piton's had a 15-minute pivot.
Peacon's a nice one.
But since it went up at that steep angle, I sort of noticed when they go up that steep, they turn around and go right back down, take those stops right back out when they go up that, that angle.
Yeah. And if you look at Piton, it's got a pivot machine gun on the month. Look at that thing. Dude, that's insane. This thing's rocking and rolling. All right, let's look at Shopify. My limit got hit on it, but let me show you. Same pattern. Happens all the day, and all the time, on all time frames. So you see it. I'm looking at the 15, but I know what happens on the 5. Here's a 5-minute here. It pushes up, pulls back. You get your first pullback, you're in wrong. The target. Oh, it is that TTL. So much. Zoomed in too much. The heck?
You know, Jerry, another thing that I was reading the other day, a lot of times why those things, you know, push up and then they come back to their, you know, major pivots that you have, is those big institutions that, you know, when they get their positions, you know, they're buying them for weeks. You know, so they like to try and get them back. They don't buy it just one day. They're buying them for weeks if they like that position.
They just take the time, don't they?
Yeah, so they'll just get, you know, when it pushes up, they'll come back to where that pivot is and they'll come back and buy it again. You know, they're looking for the long haul. They're not day trading.
They just slow, yeah, they're looking to stay in it for a long time. All right, here we go. Novavax is still on or add to it right now. So here's a 2-2. Right here. The price pushes up, it pulls back. As soon as it starts to come back, you take it long, you get confirmation on it. Target's going to be a high. It's already hit, so I'm not worried about it now. Target. Yeah. Next target's going to be high here. It's going to give it high. Pecan. Oh.
If BA gets going, Jerry, on that 15, I mean, on the 30, they put a hammer down.
I know, I'm watching that thing. I like it. I hope it rolls over like it did yesterday. And it, you know, it puked all day yesterday, gapped up pre-market or this morning. Piton is a good one that's really cheap. It hit target here, so let me show you what Corey's talking about expansion on these pivots. So you gotta remember that they expand on the top too, as well as a base. And that's really important after launch. Because they can pull up enough to take this stop out over here and then come back down through range. Yeah. Russell kicked butt today.
Hey Jerry, what do you think of DDD?
Let me pull up there for. DDD. Piton's long here, guys. If you're not in it, you need to add it all the way up. DDD's kind of chopping sideways here. It's slowly picking up. Oh yeah, so the month looks great on it. Pushed up, bounced off of resistance, which is now support. Keep you up inside. Double wick weekly. So it's chopping sideways now. Man, it'd be nice if it broke 41.50. Let me look at the lower time frames. Novavax is fixing to be long here or add to the position. Let's see. So yeah, slowly climbing. If it gets going here, it could pivot machine gun back to the upside. Tell you what, if it crosses, let it cross 39.45, you take it long if you're not in it. And you're going to target the body at 40.05 and then the wick, and then same thing on the body wick. Ultimately, you're going to target 41.48. It's slowly coming up. But
Jerry,
it's slow-
Beyond just took out the morning open.
No, oh, nice. Oh, shit. Yeah, I've got this one marked up, that flat top breakout on the week. All right, guys, keep an eye on this thing. Key levels 158.78. This thing can rip. Of course, we want to try to get in it before that happens, but the volume's increasing on it. Yeah. Let's see, 156.60, 157. All right, so if the cross is 156, it'll be long. Let's see what she does. Let's see what she does here. We're going to target the wick on the 15. And ultimately, pivot high and then a breakthrough. So if she crosses that, we'll take it long, see what she does. All right, let's take a look at come on.
Somebody's alarm set.
Oh. Dang. Holy shit, Russell kicked ass. Russell made about 80%. He grew his account by 80% today on his first day of money. That's incredible, man.
Nice job there, Russell.
That's crazy. No, hey Russell, what you do is if you got TOS, you open a support tab and say, I want a cash account, please. But you don't need margin. What you tell them is I need a cash account. That way you can your money will reset every day and you're unlimited, because there's nothing worse than be able to get in a trade that you're up, only to have it go red because you can't get out of it. Something going on with my stuff.
Jerry, Rocket's going now.
Okay.
RKT.
Holy crap, what happened? Some kind of news or something. Then the last time I did that, it ran 41.89. Wait to get in this thing, don't touch it. Do not get in that thing. Oh yeah, you already, okay, somebody already told you that. Novak's still going, just slow. Now, if Rocket pulls back a little bit, you can get in it. But I honestly would wait. There's something going on with it. They're throwing, I guarantee you, people are chasing this thing and the contracts are ridiculous.
Jerry, are you a little mentally exhausted after you do all this? I think after this ends?
Nah. I love it. I do it all day. Shopify's fixing to be long here. No, I can do this all day. I love it, man. Dude, it's not work. To me, it's fun. To me, it's fun. I trust my entries, my exits, and I understand too that not all of them are going to work. So it don't stress me. You know, if I lost, you know, I'm just giving back a cut of my money. Novak still pushing. Now, Rocket, you might be able to short Rocket here in a second. I say it's more likely to short than go on. We'll see. If it breaks 2075, it'll be long. If not, we'll short it. Novak's still going here. It's moved up $4 from that break. So, anybody got in that? You should be up pretty damn good. Should be pretty good. And if you look at the weekly on Myrna or Novak, it's a 312. It's just at 2-2. It's a 312. So weekly target's 224. It easily do that. HD is rolling over at the base. All we need is a pull back on the 5 minute to the upside. We can get a PNG right back to the top.
Jerry, what do you think about Etsy right now?
TSM's trying to go. Etsy. She's trying. She's slowly coming up. 2-2. Looks just like another thing that scares me is those wicks. Those wicks in the way. We can get past them though. All right, I'll take a look at it in a second. HD guys is coming up. As soon as we get a solid green candle, here's gonna be long. Or it's gonna wait till it crosses 318.16. HD is gonna be long. We can see a PMG back up to 320. All right, let's take a look at Etsy here. Etsy. Novak is kicking butt. Etsy's breaking. Needs a clean break on that 5 minute there. So we see us wicking back just a hair. It can come up right now, but if you look at the 60, let me show you this thing. If those were solid green candles, it'd be different. On the left, they're dojis. So let me show you that. There's a couple things I'm gonna say. This is one candle here, and all this is smack in the middle. And on top of that, these wicks right here, super dangerous because it happened twice, and it can happen again. Now, it don't mean price can't come straight up through there. It can. It's just something to be aware of because these patterns repeat even on lower time frames. So if you do take it long, we can take it long, but when it comes up to this target here, be careful. Pull your stops up. When it gets up to here, pull your stops up. Because if it hits either of these points, it can, and it will pull back there, but it might just keep going. Who knows? It's just something to be aware of.
That makes a lot of sense.
Thank you. But if it crosses, right now, if it crosses 201.72, it'll be long because you break and then it retests right here on that one candle. So you can't take it long. Your target will be 202.60, 202.26, and then pivot high, 202.64. Yeah. Facebook. HD's long here, guys. HD probably looks the cleanest right now, to be honest with you. We do have a pullback to the upside, so we do have confirmation of we do have reversal trend confirmation. Shopify's long on Momo Hammer. I'm gonna scalp Shopify again here. Let's see what we get. All right, HDPMG. If you look at HD, there's a 2-2 clean red candles. We got clear targets on it. So compared to, let me pull up that quick. So Etsy, it don't look too bad on Etsy. It's really close to looking like this, but the candles are solid here. And it starts getting to the top, it kind of wicks out, but it's protected. These wicks here are protected by this solid candles here. It's like a wall. You got clean targets and a lot of stops to take out. Whereas the doji says indecision, you know. Shopify's long. You should already be in it and take it though. When I'm in these bigger kickers, I'm just looking to scalp.
You know, Jerry, that's the reason why I like putting VWAP up. If you look at HD, boom, stop right at VWAP.
Really? That's incredible.
Just hits that wall and stops. So that's a good one that you probably should put on at least in one of your lower time frames.
Nice. Target on shop 1510, 1511. I'm gonna see if I let this. I'm see if I can let this run a little bit. Oh hell, QQQ is on a long signal right now. Let's see how far we get down shop. HD. So yeah, I need to put a thing. HD's throwing a long signal right now, but remember it's after 11 o'clock. It is after 2, so we could get a fresh breath of air and have a big push. But shop's throwing, or QQQ's on a long signal. Shop's kicking butt too. I've moved my limit stop up on shop to see if we can't pull some extra money out of it. Might take a second or 2 more to get filled. QQQ's long here. All-time highs. 2 months pushing up. Small pullback this morning, and then the run. It's Momo Hammer. Shut. Amazon can be scalped too here. All right, next pop, I'm gonna be out of shop. Oh, I'm out of shop. Thank you so much, shop. I appreciate you. Please come again. Please have a nice day and come again. Target's still 511 on or 1511. That's a quick $6-7. All right, Amazon. I love Amazon shop. I could trade these things all day. Seriously. HD's kicking butt too. It's a 2-2. Look, that's cheap. Y'all should have been in that. Y'all should be in that. Pushed up, pulled back roughly 50%, 2-2 back up. Easy, easy, clean pattern. Remember the pattern. That's one of many patterns. And just like actionable signals, Amazon's long here. We're just gonna scalp it. Hang on, let's kind of form. Let's see what it does. I'm not gonna take it to the crosses. HD is ripping here. They're looking for setting it back green here. Get these booming. Yeah. Just like there's actionable signals, you don't need to know them all. You just need to know one. You need to learn one and master it. This is a good one. This is pretty easy. 2 down, 2 up, going back through trim, machine gun. Shop's kicking butt. If it pulls back, I'll get back in it. All right, somebody tell me, where's your stop on HD 5-minute chart? Shopify's almost a target. Amazon. All right, somebody tell me where your stop is right now, HD 5-minute.
Is it 317.89?
So. That's exactly right. Yeah. Yeah. So 318.05 minus 10 cents. Yeah. You on the money, man. You on the money. It's exactly where it goes. Yeah. Shopify hit target, looking for a pullback on it and re-entry. Shopify kicking butt, taking names. I'd love to get about a 200% bagger out of the shop. You know what? I'm long Amazon right now. I'm trying to scalp it at the top of the week on 15. This is a 2-2 up. Looking for a pullback right now. If I'm going to pull back and push through here, it'd be nice. I would be targeting next pivot high. 1523, it's $12 away. We're getting volume increase on it, so now's the time to hit this thing. While it's 2-2 up right now, target red candle 15. Shopify's breaking through pivot on high volume. People stepping up. This current bar is up 211%, pulling back slightly. Amazon coming up. Should stop me out. Hopefully Amazon come up and take that pivot high. I'd love for it to take it out. Shopify gives me any kind of pullback here. I'm going to take it long. It's breaking through pivot. Take all these stops out. We can see a nice flush up here. That's a $10 move right there in just a few minutes, in less than 10 minutes. $10 in 9 minutes. All right, it's a small pullback. I'd look for the next candle to open up inside and pop up. It's a good pullback. I love the pullbacks. You gotta have the pullbacks. They're healthy. You know, some people don't know what exhaustion resistance is. Where exhaustion resistance is solid green and red candles with no wicks. You know, when you got 2 or 3 of those stacking over each other. All right, Shopify opened up above. This thing's picking. All right, long Shopify. And long Shopify. See what she do. It's still strong figure. No. I might get stopped out this time. Take it. HD inside 15. As soon as it crosses the high, you can add to it. On the larger candles, what I usually do is I break them down to 50%. All right, let me show you real quick. So this candle here, this large candle, I'm not gonna let it come back and hit support. I don't want to stop that high. What I'll do is I'll give it roughly 50%. So I'd mark a stop. All right, whoa, I got stopped that then. So right here on top of this wick, which is roughly 50% of this candle here. That's a pretty good move right here. I gave back some of it with the profits on it, but that's not really right. I scalped enough to make up for it. But usually 50% of this candle wick, because that's a big move here. You know? Hopefully it comes down and retests this pivot and bounces. What's VIX now? VIX is just sitting there. All right, we're hoping for a break and a retest of this. And remember, price expands on these things, which means this. You know, it shouldn't expand that much, but it can. That's usually too much expansion, but it could. They usually expand on these, and what they do is they push up. They push up, pull back on it just a little bit. Usually not that much. Usually just a little bit, and then keep going. But this ain't a regular size ticker either. But that's a very volatile move down. So usually it's about that much. They break through, come back and retest just a little bit, and then go up. All right. This thing's coming all the way back down. That's crazy.
Looks like Peloton's doing like I told you on that 15. It was such a steep angle. It turns around and takes the stops out right, going right back down. Hadn't done all of it, but it's starting to.
Crazy. That big old shooter was the first sign of weakness. So did it hit VWAP up there or something, or dang, shop is dying. What a candle. What is going on with that time?
But you know, it's like HD. It's struggling. It can't get through VWAP at this moment. It's just riding it.
Yeah. Also on the 15-minute on pivot high, it broke through just a penny or two. See it right here? It pulled just a penny or two and then pulled right back down. I still think HD pops up here and keeps going higher. That's what I think. That's what I think.
I'm not saying it can't. I'm just saying resistance is right now at VWAP.
Oh yeah. I understand.
Yeah, I'm not saying.
Oh yeah. I
It's
know.
just-
I was just thinking out loud.
It acts somewhat like a pivot.
It absolutely does. You know, when there's enough people play VWAP, it's important. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of those professional traders and stuff, they use VWAP, hedge funds, all that stuff, and they're using VWAP. Very important.
Here's Rocket right here.
See what we're doing, Rocket. HD crosses that high is going to add to it. Oh, yep. Rocket's long. Good eye, man. It went inside and up on the 30. And they're cheap. You see here on this week here, this thing ripped. We played this thing several months ago. We made a killing on it. JKS is going or trying to. HD, get ready to add to it. Or if you're not in it yet. You want to be solid green. Damn, shot came all the way back down. We should have shorted the hell of that thing. I shorted to. It's just such a volatile movement in that 15 minutes. Or in that 15-minute short, that high to low. Tell you what, if it breaks through, if shot breaks through 1478, Don't short it. I don't know what the crap I'm doing. Shopify is rejecting up to 15 minutes of oil. VA still people. Oh, she got a bunch of messages. All right, Shopify, we're going to short shop here. If shop breaks below 1481.90, it'll be short. I don't know what's happening to it, but it's puking. Shopify's fixing to be short here. It's short right now. Shopify's short right now. This thing could go. There ain't no telling how far to go. It's gap filling right now. Shopify's gap filling. Gap fills at 1475. Oh, Shop dropped their commissions in App Store. There she goes. God, money. Ooh. Dude, that was $5 for 2 seconds. Incredible. Gosh, that's insane. That's insane. You're awesome. You're awesome. You're welcome, Brandy. I'm done. I got my money back on shop. Facebook's was rolling over there. It's not looking so hot at the moment. It rolled up and curled. It could come back down at 349. So just be careful. Code 50. Code 50. You're welcome. You're very welcome, man. Yeah, they didn't want to go. God. Yeah, thanks, Steve. Rocket was what's it doing? It spiked up there and now it's kind of shopping. Yeah, we was on there till like 3 a.m. wasn't we? All right, now look at Shopify on the 15. It's inside. It could reject off that 15 pivot low. If it rejects off of it, we'll take it short again. But this could be a nice move. No, it's not pivot, it's shop. All right, push out. If it rejects, it go lower. Shop drop recommendations in the app store. Yeah, BA's puking. BA's been short all day, guys. Yeah. Baidu, it's rolling. Baidu's just so choppy right now, I can't really mess with it. Now, shop drop there, we could take it back up, you know. Guys, I probably finished the call. We're getting so much chop here. I don't think it's really worth messing with it. VIX is starting to pull back up. SPY's gap fill. SPY's coming down. Shop probably really took a hit on that thing. I don't know if it's in the same index or not, but SPY's coming down. They're barely moving.
Hey, Jerry, before you leave, if you can take a look at DHR.
DSR?
DHR.
Okay, let me see. I got this up. Yeah. Is that the right one? It's $427.
No, DHR. R as a Robert.
So,
DHR.
I'm sorry.
DHR, H is an
Okay,
M.
okay. I'm sorry.
I can't see what you're typing. Sorry.
There we go. And it's 270 bucks right now.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I'm sorry about that. I apologize. Our time frames, on the months, nice to do up. Going back slightly. Check, I know it's making higher highs, higher lows, pulled back on the day. Kind of chopping right now. I like that big, huge red candle. It's got to come back up. If it breaks above 270.16, you can take it long. your first target is going to be pivot high. And if you want to be really safe, if you're not in it yet, you need to wait till it breaks 270, 75. But it's got a lot of potential. If it wants to come back up that big red candle, it can. It's strong on the month and the week. And you're getting consistent pullbacks on it. So it's not, there's no exhaustion risk or anything. Looks really good. Needs a, so yeah, it's consolidating right now in a 5 minute. It's just kind of chopping. That's why you see the inside candles really tight range. It is making higher lows. But it needs a clear break to take it down. Yeah. Sure. People are trying to come down. Facebook trying to come down. Bob trying to come down. APPN trying to come down. BA's puking, guys. BA's absolutely puking. All right, shop. We'll watch and see what she does here. Remember, these stocks love filling these gaps. Now, this thing filled that gap to a penny. It's the weirdest thing, man, but they will fill these gaps. That gap. Now it's going to do one or two things. It's either going to puke or it's going to go back up to pivot high. Remember the expansion and these pivots. So, see it right there. VIX is pulling up. That's why a lot of these tickers are pulling down right now. Just jobs. That's all it is. Oh yeah, to anybody that's new here, maybe you don't follow me on Twitter or anything like that. If you do me a favor, well, if you'll follow me on Twitter or subscribe to that YouTube channel, it'll help grow the room, and we can teach more people to trade. It's free. You know, I'm gonna post it in the chat. If you want to sub, and also we're gonna put there's some good videos on there right now. Some of the sessions. Amazon's supposed to go short here. And then if you'll like the stuff and then maybe retweet it or something or share it with friends, it'd be great. Just trying to grow the community. It's in the chat. BA is dying. BA is absolutely dying here. So it broke support. Our pivot low is going through. It's going down. You did hold it. Push right through there. Push through at 238.88 down at 237.44. Next target pivot low, which is 236. Pretty good move. It came down to see 219.07. If it breaks 236, 235.50, she's gone. Next target's 219. This could turn out to be a swing. It's short right now. All right, here's shop coming up, guys. Spy's short for a scalp. All right, 212 reversal right here on the 5 minute on shop. We need to pull back to the downside. I mean, a pull back and then a push up. Sorry. Hang on, make sure it's going to pull back to that. So you always got to have that pull back to the upside. All right, so let's look at it. All right, price comes down. It could be a pullback to the downside here. So we always want to see that pullback. It's so important. What we want to see is this right here. Push up, it pulls back, and then go. As soon as it crosses the high, we take it on. We want to pull back to the upside. That's why we wait. That pullback is so important. BA's dying. If you took BA, you should be up quite a bit right now. All right, watch it. BA breaks 1479 short. Cause there's a TT on the downside. All right, so it comes down, pulls up, so it crosses that low here. Sure. We target. So if it crosses this one here, target here. I'd rather do this. Yeah, the Crombos and the rules applies to VIX, but I usually don't trade VIX at all. It's just an indicator. It's just a fear index is all it is. I keep it up and I watch it all the time. It just tells me if there's problems. It's just like the tick in the trend chart. I wish Tesla would break down here. All right, guys, I'm gonna hop off here. There's a lot of chop going on. Look, if Shopify breaks, if Shopify breaks 1487.50, it's long. Okay. So a long ways back up. This could be a massive move. 87. Ultimate target on it, 1513. So that's a $25 move. If it breaks below 1479, it's short. Target's going to be 73, and then the next pivot low. So there you go. All right, I'm gonna get off here, guys. I will catch y'all in the morning, and we will do it again. Get y'all's trigger fingers ready. We gotta hit them, sell them, buy them, quick. Like Jerry Miculek.
See you later, Jerry.
Have a good day, Corey. I appreciate you. You're welcome very much. Russell, great job, man. That's awesome.
See you, Jerry.
Have a good day, Ron.
Hi, Jerry.
Bye, Ann and Brandy and everybody else. Appreciate you. Have y'all had a good day? Yeah. If there's anybody that did not make money or lost money, send me a direct message in Discord, and we'll see what the problem was. Okay. Y'all have a good day.
Bye.